for 7 after 42 overs. Key being the bottom line there, that New Zealand trail by 297 runs. They need to get that down to 199 runs if they want to avoid the follow-on. Blundell was there on 25. Tim Southee, the New Zealand skipper, has made his way through to 23 quite easily from 18 deliveries last evening before the rain came. Day 3, they often call moving day. There is all sorts of scenarios on offer at the end of the overs that are bowled today. In New Zealand, probably more a case of parking the bus than moving it on. David Gower joins me this morning.
They've got to find the keys to the bus first. Yeah, it's an intriguing situation. I mean, the speculation is, for instance, what would England do if New Zealand don't reach that follow-on mark? And I think possibly, it's a wild guess, I think possibly if England pick up 3 wickets quickly, and we've seen the morning, the first part of the morning session has been a dangerous one for batsmen throughout, albeit with a newer ball. But if they get those wickets quickly, that might tempt them to say, right, follow on, because there's plenty of energy left in the bowling attack. And conditions, I think, will still, especially with the new ball, if they get to that stage quickly, will be favourable for the bowlers. If it takes a while longer, then it might be back to the more modern thing of just piling a few runs on, or a lot of runs on very quickly, plenty of time left in the game, and getting to the required result that way. But as we always have to say, time will tell.
Robinson has the ball straight away, a short one to Tim Southee. He has had his issues with that. Yeah, I would tend to enforce the follow-on. Oh, he starts with the no ball. I would tend to enforce the follow-on for thinking about conditions that there's going to be very, very good conditions for batting in the last day. And even if New Zealand were to bat well, they'd have to bat for a long, long time well. And then the way England are playing in good conditions, the confidence they have, the dominance they'd had over the New Zealand bowling, I'd have no issues in having to score a decent amount quickly. Tim Southee just backing off, so he's going to play his shots. I think that's his best method. Change in wind direction today as well. It's switched round to a northerly. It's not really windy at all at the moment, but first 2 days with the southerly. Today the northerly. It's quite warm out there.
Yeah, it's sultry, which normally encourages the pace bowlers to sort of think there might be a bit of swing. We just remember the ball is 42 overs old. Yeah, for Southee, just watching that early riposte, his best bet is to just carry on playing whatever shots he can muster, I would say. Blundell can play his way at the other end.
Blundell. That's a good area there from Robinson.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson was out there just before play started. A few looseners on one of the pitches on the side of the square, and he's, I think, got to look very carefully at his lengths because of his height. His normal length is going to bounce over stumps. He needs to be just able to push himself a little bit further up, as it were, with the length.
Oh, E.G. Oh, that's a good effort. That is a super effort at third. That's Brook. To come forward, to dive forward. He's gathered it as well.
Yeah, it means he's seen it really early. It's angled down. And you can say that in terms of what Blundell did with the bat there, he's just managed to get it angled down despite the thickish edge. But yes, if you're at third slip and you see it right off the bat like that and you realise straight away it's going to drop in front of you, you do have to react incredibly quickly to try and get forward.
Fine shot from Blundell. heavy outfield here. There was a lot of overnight rain. It was timed well enough.
Yeah, it's a really good shot, really good confidence booster early in the morning, early in the day. And that's one where Robinson has maybe just slightly overdone it in terms of that length. So he's got to just work it out as quickly as he can what the optimum length is for him. But for Blundell there, just a nice one to get into rhythm, feel the ball on the middle of the bat.
There's enough bounce in the surface that if he goes into that natural hard length, you can trust that it'll bounce above the stumps. And the one that Blundell defended and played and missed at earlier, you can comfortably let that go. Yeah, there. Yeah, that's good. See, that's even come back a little bit, but it's a good leave. And what I like that, it's a positive leave. Big stride, cover everything, looking to attack, but it's not there. I'm going to let it go. Shows a good mindset. No! And a good adjustment from Robinson. 146 for 7.
Curate's egg of an opening over, good in parts. Noble 3, couple of dots, a boundary, couple of dots. Yeah, we were talking about the options open to both teams. I mean, most of the options lie in England's hands in terms of decision making as to how the game goes forward. But lots of time left, good whole 3 days, of course, so lots of time to do whatever they want.
It looks like Jack Leach is going to start up bowling into the northerly. There's been plenty of bounce in the surface and some turn as well. Of encouragement for the spin bowlers. The spin bowlers don't have a great record at that ground, at this ground in particular. Leach has 3 wickets already in this innings because there is some bounce. I was talking to Gene Patel, who actually played his cricket here. He's the English, he's a New Zealander, Gene Patel, but he's the English bowling coach, spin bowling coach. And he feels this surface has offered the spinners a lot more bounce than he's seen over his time here. Yeah, and the bounce actually helped Leach the first 2 wickets. 2 reverse sweeps, Latham and Nicholls. And if you've got extra bounce from the spinner, that shot just becomes more difficult. So bonuses for Leach there. 3rd wicket was Mitchell with a brilliant catch just before tea yesterday from Ollie Pope. And they've changed ends, I guess, because of the breeze, to be honest. So there was the odd one that gripped for him yesterday. More grip for Bracewell previously because of the different paces. Bracewell much more prepared to throw it up. Now, he's got a lot of elevation there. He's got a lot of elevation. Oh, what an effort. Did he nearly get that? It's gone for 4. And he's come a cropper. That's Stokes there, is it? Yeah, he's come a cropper on the boundary line. He knows how close that was to being an absolute specky. If he'd hung on to this, it would have been the catch of the century. We've still got a few years to go. That is absolute commitment. That is just the hardest possible way. I mean, he's got to make a lot of ground backwards first, or behind him first. Then get the dive in. Seems a bit harsh to call it a chance, doesn't it? He's made good pace there, and that's it better. Not the same elevation, but out of the middle, that one. Yeah, he had to alter his head to correct his line, Ben Stokes, and he overcorrected. No, 50 partnership between these two as well. But Tim Southee's not going to stuff around. He's going to try to knock some of these runs off as fast as he can. Oh, misfield.
Yeah, it suits Tim Southee, doesn't it, in every sense, to just have a go. It's his best way personally. It's potentially good for New Zealand. Makes Ben Stokes, his opposite number, have to think a bit as to what fields he's going to have to employ. Very, very different for the more orthodox Blundell. So, field is saving one on either side. Silly pointers in.
End of an entertaining over, 155-7.
Yeah, they wanted to keep Blundell down that end and bowl at Southee. So they want Robinson to bowl at Southee. It's always a tricky one, isn't it? Someone down the order prepared to fling the bat. Suddenly the bat seems bigger, the stump seems smaller. And if it works for the man who has no cares down the order, it puts the pressure back on the bowler. Somehow you've got to decide how you're going to bowl, whether you're going to say, get the Yorkers in, stick to length, wait for him to nick one, but you can't wait forever.
Oh, give it some. He is going to have a swing, isn't he, Tim Southee?
It was almost as if he changed sports here.
Bumped into Ben Stokes' auntie in the lift last night.
I don't know where this story's going, but carry on.
No, it's not going. Very proud. I thought I was in trouble for a minute, actually, because she said, you're the man on the tally, aren't you? And I thought, oh, where are we going with this?
Yes, that's normally a precursor to, yes, I want a word with you.
She said, I'm a Stokes. And then I thought, uh-oh. Because I know Ben's mum, when Ben used to take a bit of heat every now and then, she wasn't afraid of ringing up the various sports radios, defending her son, as you would. I thought, I'm going to get it from auntie here. Oh, lovely shot. Just gave himself some room and hit it on the top of the bounce.
Yeah, shake of the head from Robinson. He's done nothing particularly wrong. Yes, that length which is designed to hit the top of offers if you get it past the bat. But this is the wonderful thing about tail-end batting. It can either work or it doesn't. But this is actually a high-quality shot from the white ball book. Good connection. That sort of length is, I mean, that's the problem for Robinson. With this pitch, his height, good length like that, say at the Mount, would have most likely hit the stumps from that length. Here it bounces over, so you get the play in the miss, you get the frustration of that, you get the frustration of the ball heading over the top of the stumps.
Let's have a look at this. Maybe Tim Southee thinks that New Zealand's in this game. They won't be trying to bat out for a draw because he's just run straight down the middle of the pitch. Scuff it up.
And umpire hasn't even mentioned it.
Yeah, now, there was a little bit of noise as it went past, but it sounded soft. 159 for 7. Umpire Tucker seems to have an issue here. Just one, and I think that's not a bad plan. I think Tim Southee, I was Blundell, I'd be saying, all right, I'll put you on strike to the spin bowler and you have a go. See if you can take some chunks out of this deficit. Long off is back. Long on is really just 3/4. So some temptation there.
Yeah, in a sense, they've called the bluff there, haven't they? Just that little nudge onto the onside for one again. Yeah, I quite like that 2/3 of the way to the boundary long on, which is one that says, OK, that's where you like to hit it. If you're going to have a go, you're going to have to hit it clean. You need to clear me. If you miscue, I'm there.
Go.
I don't know if Pope, Ollie Pope, will be enjoying that length.
Yeah, I used to do that. That sort of spring into the air to avoid. I mean, you see the shot coming. This is the great thing about Stevie Point. You know what's coming. And they've got a lot of protection on, a certain amount of protection on the lower leg there. You know what's coming. You do that spring into the air thing and try and keep an eye on the ball just in case.
But in your day, and even early on in my day, you didn't field under there with a helmet. Silly Madoff often had no helmet.
No way. No way.
So that's theory, isn't it? You jump on the offside.
Well, you see what's coming. You read the shot, don't you? I mean, you can see the bat being picked up and intent to hit the ball hard, whether it's a drive or a back foot shot. Self-preservation comes into it at some stage. 162 for 7. Hang on a second. Just wait a moment. There's Jack. It's a hanging offence for a spinner to bowl a no ball.
Well, I wouldn't do that. And
it might be needed, you're right, okay.
You're
so
one
slap
short.
on the wrist then.
Well, some discipline there. Selectiveness from Southee. 163 for 7. Yeah, that and so you jump at silly mid off if you're on the offside, and you duck if you're on the onside.
Right. In any era, this era and 30, 40 years ago, you're much happier on the offside because you can see what's coming, and it's not going to hit you in the head unless you're very unlucky. It's short leg with sweep shots, you know they're coming, and you do that sort of tortoise defence, which is the head goes back into the shot. If you've got a helmet on, which we would definitely be wearing even 40 years ago, short leg, you feel much more vulnerable. Silly point, you feel as though you've got a chance of being in control, reading the game better. And that catch yesterday, by the way, that he took off Mitchell was just brilliant anticipation. Just to put in context, Mitchell, just 4T, there was an issue with the side screen, which took a minute or two to resolve. And then Leach gets one to dip. Mitchell is playing that, ends up off the top of the bat pretty much. But just look at Pope. He was so close to start with on the cup, just off the cut strip. And he was moving in just in case, and just in case became a brilliant catch. So full credit to him. Lack of bounce. Little natural variation.
Do remember fielding in that silly mid off. I was often on the onside, and the theory is that you jump because they'll hit the ball down. They're driving or they're cutting on the offside, and it was Daniel Vettori bowling to Verinder Sehwag. And Dan was bowling good length balls, and Verinder was trying to hit him over cover off the front foot. And I'm jumping because he's going for a shot, pretty much jumping straight into the firing line.
Yeah. Well, you've just got to revise. You've got to go with the flow there, Rig.
He's not happy, Ollie Robinson. Then again, quicks are never happy, are they? Only happy when they got your wicket. Oh, now, was there a little edge on that? It sounded, it was hitting the stumps without a doubt. Umpire Gaffney will tell us. Gaffney thinks he's hit it. Stokes doesn't.
Copy that. Third umpire director, we have play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked this is a fair delivery. Move on to spin again, please. Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm with the outrage. Chris waiting for the outrage. Roll forward. Yes, there is spike. One ball next to the bat. Go back to on field of the card. Chris, stay with the decision not out. Wait for the call.
Well, I think there's a rich irony over that. The fact that the batter was Southey, who's about the worst DRSer in the history of the game. And Stokes took a punt on Southey's dismissal.
Tiny nick there, wasn't it? I mean, well spotted by umpire Gaffney. But it was worth the go. I mean, first of all, I thought it was really worth the go from Robinson to get that Yorker length straight ball in. Just the tiniest of nicks. I mean, very hard to see, just even with a slow motion replay. So it's bless you, Ultra Edge, for deciding the issue. Even then, it almost looked like a little bit of daylight.
That's beautiful. Action replay of the last one through there. He hasn't missed a trick when they've overpitched. Great way to finish the over, 169 for 7.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the up. It's full. Yes, it's very full from Robinson. What a shot, though. Classic off drive with just not that big follow through, just pure. Might be worth a change. Robinson's not finding it easy. He's slightly uncertain, I think, about what length to bowl.
Well, he's taken long on, who's on long off, sorry, who's on the boundary, but he's not stopping that.
Tim South is having an absolute blast here. Struck that beautifully. That's a big hit, isn't it?
It's at the big screen on the full. Just gave himself a little bit of room to be able to hit it to the right of long off. He's been quite selective with his hitting as well, Tim Southee. He's at his best when he's playing shots. England's his team too. I think his highest test score is against England. Which is
I think it's, we'll check it. It's his highest score for a while, isn't it? I think in test matches.
It was his first test innings as well.
Mm.
That's fantastic. It's 50 for Tim Southee. Long off, fell over. But it was all academic. It's on the scaffolding.
Yeah, a few signs of wear on the ball. No wonder it's bouncing off stuff outside of the arena. Brilliant. Well played. He's been very, very positive, and he's just hit the ball beautifully, to be fair to him. And you talk about a tail ender. These are not tail ender shots as such. These are shots played with the freedom of a tail ender. He's rediscovered his mojo with the bat.
This is interesting. They know where the ball is, but they can't get it. So they're bringing out another one.
Well, there it stays, it seems.
Who's up there? Surely one of our camera ops could climb down.
Well, it's been a flurry of shots from Tim Southee. Absolutely backing himself to take on Leach. He's taken on Robinson as well. Had that very close call with the LBW, but everything's disappearing many a mile. Tell you one thing, just as a note, as it were, against Leach, who's not turning it, he's not giving it any flight, but not turning it. Hitting straight down the ground has been the perfect option for Tim Southee. And you're right, that 77 not out against England, 2008, I was there, watching. But hitting straight down the ground has worked really well. I'm just, yeah, it's a note to those that were trying to sweep the ball yesterday and getting out.
15 years ago he made his highest test score. 15 years ago. "15 years later he's decided to play like a batsman."
was a very flat pitch, Napier.
Come on, lads.
Nothing happened with the ball in 5 days.
Oh, England won that, didn't they? Did they win it? He hit it straight. That's good play that. He had to reach, but he purposely looked to play it straight. He's hit that for 6 as well. I thought he toe-ended it.
This bat's going to have to go in the museum. Yeah, it was down the bottom of the bat, but it's still travelled. Trying to lob it onto that gantry again.
It's equal with Misbah Al-Haq and Kevin Peterson on Test match 6s now. 81. Don't run yourself out. 188 for 7 after 48. Now let's have a look at the table of 6s, because I think this is really interesting. Have a look at the names here. Stokes, McCullum, Gilchrist, Gale, Callis, Saywag, Lara, Keens, Richards, Flintoff, Hayden. Now, I mean, they're great batters, aren't they? List of, like Chris Cairns an all-rounder, but was a very, very good batter. And this is most Test sixes belongs to batters. And you got Tim Southee, who's about to pop on that list, who was not a batter really in any way, shape or form.
Impassive as ever. Ah. Air Rescues popped in. Well, they can't give them the ball back again now, can they?
I'm not sure what the rule is there. Oh, wouldn't you? I mean, that's the official ball, so I'd be throwing it back and replacing it. He's going to make off with it. He's got batting skill, Tim Southee, and when he was on the scene, everyone thought he's going to be a genuine all-rounder. I just don't think he ever quite was able to overcome his concern of the hardness of the ball. Nice way of putting it.
It's a very nice way of putting it.
Clothed it, going back. No, you won't go that far enough there, son. He's on the front. He's on the leaderboard now. The most sixes.
Wish I'd clossed a few like this.
I thought it was right up high on the bat. No, it was out the middle.
Yeah, well, not quite. It's just travelled again.
You need to be out the ground to catch that one nearly.
Well, it's turning into a brilliant knock, isn't it? Because not only has he chanced his arm ever so successfully and hit it miles many times already, but every now and again he just plays something a bit more deft, as if to say, it's all right, quite enjoying this. 67 from 46 he is.
Very quickly. New Zealand they're only 41 away from avoiding the follow-on, which changes the nature of the game quite dramatically, I feel.
It does. I mean, I think already, Stokes and England will have been thinking about their best prospects in this game. As we said at the start, if they got 3 wickets quickly, that would have been maybe the precursor to a sticking them back in and following on thing. There he is. alongside Matthew Hayden and Andrew Flintoff. And Viv Richards, who is, I think, the best batsman I played against in the 80s. A mere 84, and I remember Viv dropping it onto the cathedral at St John's a few times. St John's, Antigua, that is.
$195 for 7.
This morning, the follow-on target 236. So all the talk about how quickly England might take 3 more wickets this morning and force a follow-on, that opportunity might get taken out of their hands. Field spread. Over the top. Change of bowling, same result. Another boundary for Southee.
Leach broad doesn't matter for Southee. He's on the attack. That's just a good length ball that's been swatted over mid-off. Over the head of Jimmy Anderson. Southee getting that front leg out the way. Good swing of the bat. Moves into the 70s. His highest test score for a number of years here for Tim Southee.
Partnership stands at 96 as well. Well, it's flown. Will it be safe? Leach underneath it. Oh, and it's put down. Would you believe it? Leach has borne the brunt of Southee's attack. And the chance comes to him and he can't hang on.
200 up for New Zealand. It's a top edge. It went really high. This is not an easy catch. Leach had a little bit of ground to move, but got in a stable position. He'll be disappointed. He's put it down, put it to ground. It sums up this wee period. It's all New Zealand here, and England are on the back foot, which hasn't happened much at all in recent times. Broad will be disappointed as well. An opportunity to pick up another test wicket. Goes begging. Southee continues on.
It's fabulous entertainment for the New Zealand crowd in this morning. I haven't seen this sort of attack for some time. Chipped up. Now this one should be taken. Plenty of time for Zach Crawley to get underneath it. And Southee is denied a test best score. But he has taken England beyond that 200 mark. Still 234 behind, but that's a highly entertaining knock from the captain.
It was. He'll be disappointed with the finish of it. Got the elevation. You can see the disappointment. Good catch by Crawley. Broad gets his man in the end. No damage done with the drop from Leach. An entertaining and exciting innings from Southee of 73 from just 49. New Zealand 201 for 8.
Well, England wanted wickets early. They would not have counted on the sort of damage that Southee would have done with the bat. He resumed his innings on 23 overnight. Well, can Matt Henry pick up where Southee left off? We haven't really seen much of Blundell this morning, have we? He was 25 not out overnight. All eyes are really on him to be as the senior batter to try and thwart England's effort at enforcing a follow-on.
Yeah, now the follow-on becomes really important, doesn't it, Ellie? Southee just got through the shot a little bit earlier. It was just a flick and just got a little bit of a leading edge. It went high. Nice, comfortable catch. Crawley didn't have to move too far. Still had to be taken, though. Shame for New Zealand. It's been entertaining 40 minutes this morning. Stuart Broad brought back to break that partnership. He's done exactly what his skipper wanted. Matt Henry's more than useful with the bat as well. He's a dangerous player. Along the lines of Southee, can hit the ball in some funny areas and has some power, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about this innings. Looks like England are going to continue with the short stuff. The field being set by Ben Stokes here. No slips in play. 3 back on the leg side looking for a top edge. Miss-hit hook shot. And there's a very fine third as well and a deep backward point as well. So plenty of fielders on the boundary. They seem to think that Matt Henry's going to throw bat at ball as well.
A further 35 runs will avoid the follow-on for New Zealand. How does that equation stack up when you think about just how, and England haven't been out there long with the ball. This is the demise of Southee. Stuart Broad on. Please take it, Zach. I can't bear to look. Thank you. Stokes had quite an incredible chance down on the boundary early on in the day, didn't he? Chasing back when Jack Leach was bowling. Leach then having put Southee down just a couple of moments before. So, Macca, in terms of the runs differential is much less now than it was at the start of the day. Time-wise, England could still get these last 2 wickets quickly, which means the bowlers won't have been out there for very long. But does the margin in terms of runs play a part in Ben Stokes' thinking as to whether they go and bat on a little bit more?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. I think it's more of a time thing, isn't it? Like, England would have wanted to wrap things up within the first hour. That's what they would have said. And then I think they'd be more than comfortable bowling again. But if that doesn't happen, then there might be a change of plans. Turner in 1 for 8. I think the way New Zealand have played in terms of the runs, that might have just caused a couple of conversations within the England group. Tim Southee, top scorer by some way in that New Zealand batting innings. Still trailed by 234 runs, which is a big amount on a surface that has helped the bowlers, but it's also shown that there's runs to be had, depending on what style of play. It's an intriguing test match. Into day 3, plenty's happened. New Zealand fighting on. Interesting, Jack Leach coming right back into the bowling attack alley, which I always think is good to have a spinner against the lower order, because generally they like to be a little bit aggressive and perhaps take chances against spinners, feel more comfortable. Not a bad ploy by Stokes.
Yeah, change of end for Leach. This is the end which he bowled yesterday and picked up those wickets. A number of those close catches in particular. Screamers from Ollie Pope. Very different situation though now for him. Still slip in place and catcher it. Short extra cover on the offside.
Oh, ball not that.
Interesting to see how Tom Blundell goes about this, because he has been very quiet. Hasn't seen a lot of the strike because Tim Southey was banging it to all parts at the other end. I think he'll look to perhaps be a little bit more aggressive, like we saw in the first Test match when he put on those good partnerships with Blair Tickner.
Yeah. 1-1-1. Back in.
Thinking about a second here, and Blundell wants it. Well run, really aggressive for that first run.
Challenge for England will be to try and keep him off strike and bowl as many deliveries as they can at Matt Henry. There is some protection on the boundary for Leach at deep cover, long off and deep mid-wicket.
Nice. Nice, Leacher. Come in, lads.
Fraction of turn, a bit of bounce.
Good fellas. Oh, no. Nice, Leachy. Good, Leachy. Brilliant there, bud.
Been pretty consistent with his pace
Do well, Leacher.
throughout this Test match is Jack Leach. Bounce has been the key. It's been an excellent surface. Has aided everyone and made the cricket entertaining. Changes in the field now with 2 balls left in the over. Those boundary fielders are coming up to try and stop the single. So there's an opportunity here perhaps for Blundell to be a little bit more aggressive and look for a boundary now. He did that role so well in that first Test. Those partnerships he had late in the order. So he knows how to do it. It's an important skill to have, and he's done it well for a period of time.
Stokes will be hoping here if there is a lofted shot looking to go over the top here. There might be a miscue and still a chance of a catch.
No. Nice. Well, brilliant, Leachy.
1 ball left.
Brilliant that, mate.
Keep Blundell there and have a chance at bowling to Henry.
Oh, yes, Leachy.
It was absolutely drilled. Well stopped by Leach. They will get a bowl at Henry. 203 for 8.
Good job by Jack Leach keeping Blundell on strike. If it did perhaps hurt the fingers, hit hard by New Zealand's wicketkeeper. Gives Stuart Broad an opportunity to attack Matt Henry.
Stuart Broad now on 573 Test wickets himself and 1,014 together with Anderson when they play in Tests together. It all started here in Wellington on that 2008 tour. Broad setting his field. It's to Henry. A fine leg. Back 2 on the boundary. Behind the wicket on that offside. Deep third and a very deep wide backward point almost. Short leg in place, but standing a couple of pitches away from Henry, fairly deep. And the bouncer was expected. And enough to beat Zach Crawley. He's merrily gone after it.
It's a nice shot. He got inside the line of the ball, which was really good, so he could get it fine enough to beat the fielder back at fine leg. With this field, he knew that Broad was going to go short, so there was a bit of premeditation about it, but in the end, the execution was excellent as well.
Be a shift in the field after that shot. Three now behind square on the leg side. Camped back on the boundary. Few spots of rain coming in, Macca.
Hopefully it goes away. Ellie, we've seen too much rain over the first 2 days. Today's forecast was very good. No mention of rain, but it is Wellington, so you just never know.
It's just the one. Means Blundell comes on strike. Yeah, shifting conditions today, really, hasn't it been? With the southerly that's really brought a bite of cold to the ground amid a blustery wind, replaced by the northerly, which has made everything feel a little sultry today, which I think would have helped England if they had been able to take those wickets quickly. And new ball, they also might have been thinking that would offer a little bit more movement through the air in these conditions today. They've got to get these last 2 wickets before they start thinking about that. And Blundell a change in tack with the field, back to more conventional with the 2 slips in place in the gully. I'll try and get him driving and see if Broad can find an outside edge.
There's always a game within a game when trying to get rid of the lower order, and there's a batter there as well. Do you give them the one? Do you have the field back? I like this method. I like bringing the field up and just bowling normally, saying we're going to back our bowler to get the batter out. Going to give him a conventional field. Not just going to worry about the bowler. We're going to get the batter out as well.
And he's holed out. Well, going for the aggressive approach, Jack Leach hangs on to this one. Hit hard by Blundell. So it's a second wicket for Broad this morning. New Zealand 9 down. It's a wicket they wanted.
Well, that's that game within a game. This time Blundell deciding to use his feet. Got nothing of it, just clothed it to mid-on. Went flat, it went hard. Good catch too. Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. Leach takes the catch. He's put one down, he's taken one. Stuart Broad picks up another. It was a good innings though again from the New Zealand wicketkeeper of 38. New Zealand 208 for 9.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 256, Neil Wagner.
New Zealand down to their last pair. Still 227 behind. The follow-on conversation is still very much live. At this stage, Tim Southee did his best to take it out of the equation, moving from his overnight 23 to 73 and moving up the leaderboard in terms of sixes as well. He flayed England. The second this morning then for Broad. Blundell hitting out, clothing it straight to Leach. Wicket number 574 for Broad and 1,015 together with Anderson.
Good bowling change, wasn't it? Brings Stuart Broad back. He's picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning. Opportunity to pick up the last as well. New Zealand's numbers 10 and 11 at the crease. Both players have test match 50, so are able to actually bat. And that follow on is just tempting, but just a little bit far away, you feel. And then it's the option for England. What direction do they want this Test match to head?
Well, Anderson hasn't bowled at all today, so he's as fresh as he can be, bar standing in the field at mid-off. Broad asking deep backward point to swing a little further behind square. Another wicket for Broad then, New Zealand 208 for 9. Anderson and Broad, yet again, in tandem with Jack Leach as well. 3 that he'd picked up yesterday. Incredible partnership for England keeps going. The 2 senior bowlers. It's not one, it's the other. Anderson's 3 wickets coming yesterday, along with the 3 from Leach and Broad, picking up 2 more this morning. Southey not far away from his Test best score. However, all about now. Will England take this last wicket before New Zealand reach the 236, which would mean they avoid the follow-on and England would have to bat again?
Which gives New Zealand a better chance of salvaging something out of this Test match. More than likely a draw. If they don't get past that follow-on, big advantage for England.
Commitment from Ben Duckett. Certainly England having to bat again just means more time is taken out of the game. It's another judgment call for England and Stokes to make as to how long they bat for, time-wise, how many runs they want to get.
The modern day philosophy is generally that you don't enforce the follow-on. It's seen it a number of times over previous years, even when I was part of the Black Caps coaching staff. We actually wanted to give our bowlers a bit more of a rest, wanted to just re-energise, and depending on how much time is left in the game, those things, they've only bowled 52.2 overs, so it hasn't been a heavy workload for the England bowlers, and Jack Leach has bowled 16 of those overs, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they said, yep, you guys can have another bat, New Zealand, see how you go in the second innings, we'll enforce the follow-on. But generally, by and large, it's done very rarely, whereas in years gone by, if you could enforce a follow-on, you did just about every time.
The fact that it is done more rarely these days, Macca, makes me inclined to think that Stokes will do exactly that and enforce the follow-on, because he likes to do the less conventional.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, that could be the demise, will it? We've seen a number of New Zealand batters fall to the reverse sweep.
It's led to 2 dismissals of New Zealand batters, and Neil Wagner's tried to pull it out early. There is no fielder behind point, so with the field set, the shot is actually on, the execution just a little bit off. It does bring a change in the field though straight away. England bringing the fielder across from the leg side into that backward point position.
Hey, boldly chat. Good, mate.
Still a good crowd in. All first 3 days of this match sold out. Spectators have braved cold and rain at times.
Yeah, Brody, love that, Brody. Good in there, mate.
209 for 9. .97 runs behind. Clawed back a lot of that thanks to Tim Southey. Wonderful attacking and entertaining knock from Southey. Took him from 23 off 18 balls overnight, so his eventual 73 when he offered a catch to Zach Crawley. Broad picking up his wicket. But New Zealand still some work to do here to avoid the follow-on.
It's one of the very good things about this English bowling attack. They tend to share the wickets amongst the group, so everyone shares the workload, and they've all had rewards except for Ollie Robinson so far.
Oh, stranded mid-pitch here. That could have been calamitous. Wagner halfway down.
Wagner almost ran two, to be fair. There was an easy one here. That was an early call from Henry. Wagner wants to strike. He's saying, come on, mate. It's an easy one. What are you thinking? Henry wants to strike. Wagner wants to strike.
And that's gone. James Anderson with the catch. Broad has 4. And we will find out if Ben Stokes is going to enforce the follow-on. We're seeing Wagner sprinting off. 209 all out. Well, the captain, very relaxed mode. Time to sign some autographs before leaving the field. Certainly, I'm seeing Zach Crawley on the edge of the field, England's opener, who has not headed off to the dressing room with any sense of urgency. In fact, yet at all. So there he is. You'd usually see the batters head off if they know they're having a bat. New Zealand 226 behind. England with a chance to keep their foot on the gas here if they decide to bowl again in what could be helpful conditions with a new ball.
Oh, England have been forced to follow on, so New Zealand will have another opportunity to bat. Applause from the England management. Really good performance from Stuart Broad, who picked up all 3 wickets this morning. That's an awkward height that Henry just couldn't get out the way of and just lobbed it up to Jimmy Anderson, who took the catch. And Ben Stokes pretty happy with how things have panned out in this first hour. Neil Wagner had to just stop and ask Zach Crawley, saying, who's batting, who's bowling? And I think Crawley said, you guys are going to have another bat.
Well, New Zealand had a go at trying to avoid that follow-on thanks to Tim Southey. A really entertaining knock from him. Stuart Broad finishing with 4 wickets. And really the damage was done with that new ball yesterday. James Anderson and then Jack Leach reducing New Zealand to 138 for 7 overnight. They've mopped up New Zealand inside the first hour of play on day 3. Stuart Broad adding further wickets to the tally between he and James Anderson. 1,016 between them. So Broad has had a little bit of a bowl, almost by way of warm-up. Anderson hasn't bowled at all today, so he'll be fresh with the new ball. England having avoided the follow-on, and Leach those 3 wickets he picked up yesterday. So England very much in control. Follow-on is enforced, and the New Zealand openers will come out once again to face the mighty duo of Broad and Anderson.
England will have 84 overs at New Zealand, so that gives an opportunity at the end of the day for another new ball. New Zealand scored at just under 4 runs per over in their innings, so 84 overs. They're looking at 300, 320, which at the end of the day, New Zealand could have a 100-run lead playing at the rate that the game's been played. So this game's set up beautifully if New Zealand can bat well in their second innings.
It's a really interesting mindset now for New Zealand. You always feel when you've been put back in that you're essentially batting for survival. One result almost invariably off the table. And that changes the way that you approach the crease, the way you approach each delivery. Always in the back of your mind, you're thinking of that dreaded word, survival. Once that's in the head, it's in the head. Completely changes the way hope no any better for that matter is looking at his options. And it's a concession of the upper hand, isn't it, to the team with the ball.
I think for New Zealand, I mean, we're so early in this test match in terms of time. New Zealand is still, we're one big partnership within the first few wickets from being in a position where you're back in the test match and can push for a victory. So that's the mindset they have to take. England, even though they've only bowled just over 50 overs in their first innings, have still been out on their feet. So if New Zealand can bat for a length of time, we've seen that a number of times at the Basin where big third innings, New Zealand still present an opportunity to win the game.
Well, I pity that chewing gum, and it's going to get some working over this morning. James Anderson to open the attack for England. It is some kind of record, that.
That's a one-of-a-kind record.
.32 5-wicket innings for James Anderson. And the most incredible stat of all for me, 179 test matches.
That's exactly right. The amount of balls he's bowled over his career, when you add on first-class cricket, training runs, to have the longevity, the endurance to play that amount of cricket and still be the #1 bowler in the world he's an outlier. He's remarkable.
It's the kind of thing that would probably give you cold shivers, Bonnie, thinking about 179 test innings.
It shows a passion and desire, didn't it? Couldn't get through 2 innings without breaking down, let alone 179.
I would say this, Bonnie, if you'd played the same number of test matches, I would love to see what the wicket column looked in your stat sheet. That would have been something.
So Anderson coming downwind. He started the last game bowling into the southerly. So Broad obviously had a good start this morning with 3 wickets. He's going to continue up into the northerly breeze. But Anderson with the wind at his back. Success from this end in the first innings.
First ball of the second innings. This is the first time since 2010 that the follow-on has been forced upon New Zealand. And that's at home, I should say. First time at home since 2010. That was against Australia here at the Basin Reserve. New Zealand went on to lose that match by 10 wickets. Have to go back 5 years. The last time anywhere in the world New Zealand's had to follow on was in Dubai against Pakistan, 2018. So it has been a rarity for this team. New Zealand didn't have a lot of success that occasion either. Lost by an innings in 2018 against Pakistan. It's down the leg side and it's wide of a valiant dive from Folkes, but that is the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, Anderson getting some good movement early away from Latham, just trying to almost bowl the miracle ball, swing the ball, but just starts it a little bit close. Latham gets a little bit of glove, and Folkes, who's an outstanding keeper, does a terrific job to get across, but just can't get there.
Well, I can tell you what, Bondi, I think the heart was in the mouth there for Tom Latham. That did not miss by much. Latham does find it hard to resist that shot and can provide bowlers like Anderson with opportunities. It's more the traditional line. This is Anderson, first innings. And there's this faintest nick. And that was the first wicket gone. Devon Conway on that occasion. Didn't know whether he'd hit it or not. That was the next. That was Williamson playing it one wide. And that was Latham. Top 3. All in the same fashion for New Zealand. Bowled Anderson, caught Folkes.
Well, only is that good movement from Anderson, but good carry as well. Folks has taken all the balls up around his island, and Brendan McCullum spoke about coming downwind, its northern end at the divots. He felt the divots were more in play, the softness, and we've talked about the hardening up of this wicket. Already you've seen Anderson get that, not only the movement, but the carry through to Folks.
What about the seam presentation on that last delivery? It was absolutely perfect. End of the first over here, 4 without loss.
Opening the bowling from the Adelaide Road end, Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson to arc up from the Adelaide Road end. It's not a breezy day today, Bondi, so it's been taken out of play. Hardly a breath of wind around the capital today here in New Zealand. He starts that very wide indeed. Been all right to the right-hander.
Well, that's an anomaly for Robinson, who's been so accurate. He's had a little break. Stuart Broad finished off the New Zealand team. Again, they feel Broad coming down, breeze, bounce is best for England. Looking for the accuracy into the wind, Robinson, who bowled most of his overs down breeze in the first innings.
That's exactly where he wants to be. Very similar delivery to the one that saw Devon Conway nick off yesterday.
That's that wobble seam you talked about, Scotty, where it's almost as a batsman you don't know which way that ball's going to go. It nibbles both ways, which makes it very difficult to play, and combined with the accuracy that Robinson have, that's why he's got those 65 wickets in 16 tests at such a good strike rate. Always asking questions in and around that off stump.
No wickets in the first innings, a rarity really for Robinson. Oh, and that one nips up and gets Conway on the glove. He's renowned for taking a glove off the handle. Devon Conway quite often finishes a shot with one glove off. Ooh. Right on the digits, that. What are you thinking as a bowler when you see that, Bondi? I mean, is that just a bit of encouragement? Are you happy that you've got one through and you've now got a batsman in two minds?
I think from a bowling point of view, whether the ball's moving around, if you've got bounce, you're always the opportunity to create problems for a batsman. If you find that length and you're hitting the top of the bat, stickers as they call it, you're always going to cause problems. That's why the bat pad's in there as well. Obviously that bounce off the glove, and combined with the fact that Conway's on a pair, you know, that nervous, just wants to get off the mark. Very testing time for a batsman.
You do feel with Devon Conway that there are moments early on in an innings. As a bowling unit, you look at that and you think the best chance to get Conway is actually right up front, first couple of overs, where he's still just finding length, he's still just sorting himself into his own private rhythm.
Yeah, you look at his technique, and Harry nicked out in the first innings, feet still, hands out, wants to play off the back foot, comfortable there, very good square of the wicket, pulling and cutting. So you have the opportunity to bowl a little bit fuller. There's an invitation down the ground with a gap at mid-off to say, hey, drive me through there. So Robinson's trying to find that length that brings Conway forward, but perhaps with a lack of foot movement, which brings that edge into play.
Too wide this time to finish the over. That's the end of two. It's 4 without loss. New Zealand's Arabeno behind here. Kane Williamson batting at 3 today, looking on. Looking on with interest. And maybe some slight apprehension as well. This is a crucial session for New Zealand. See this through to lunch, these two. That would be the first, I guess, quest. Get through to lunch, regroup, bat on. But they have to break this challenge down into smaller blocks. Looking now at the overall picture of the match, I think would be folly. And these two experienced enough, especially that man there. I'm sure he's thought about how he's splitting this challenge up. Just through, just short. James Anderson won't be disappointed by that.
That's good. That's the line that he wants to be in. It's angling it off stump, moving away. He's brought the leg slip into place, which almost enables him to come straighter. Gives him some cover, even a catching position from that ball turning it off the hip. It's that confidence to move straighter with a wider, deep, fine leg. And the carrot is the point region.
Well, it was Latham's first shot of the day, that little flick off the hip. And Anderson's got that insurance policy in place for that now. Then Stokes. Falling just short of the England captain. I wonder what goes through that mind, Bondi, on that slow walk back to the top of the mark. Pulled away. Not very well timed. Jack Leach runs around from square.
It's good bowling. You don't see that from Anderson that often, the use of the bouncer. What goes through that mind is he's just working to his plan. He's obviously incredibly skilled, can move the ball both ways. Hates going for runs. He's a miserly bowler. So he's going away, going away, going away. That patience game. Now, when am I going to offer something different? At what point do I use that variation? So he's used the bouncer there to keep Latham back. You'd expect him now to come back, just looking to move the ball away. Hopefully had an impact on Tom Latham's feet.
We talked about the number of test matches, 179. The number of variations in the repertoire must be staggering. So much to think about for James Anderson, how he springs the trap. One just straight down the line. Latham's not taking the bait. It was well left.
I think, if anything, he uses really two main ones. He just swings the ball away or in. They're the two main ones, and the reason why he's got so many wickets is he can just put the ball on the same spot over and over. So he's always in the game. When it reverses, he does the same things, moving the ball both ways, and he's just got that ability to be patient. So competitive, hates going for runs, so doesn't want to give the batsman anything.
That's the end of the third over of the morning. It's 8 without loss. Another wonderful crowd is gathered here at the Chello Basin Reserve, day 3 of this TCM test. New Zealand well and truly on the back foot. They have been asked to follow on. Ollie Robinson bowling from the Adelaide Road end, and that again is leg side. Started the last over in similar fashion. Wokes is being asked to do a lot of diving early in this innings. Comparison here too, on the seam position.
Yeah, just you can see the position of the fingers there with the bowler there with Jimmy Anderson with the sweatband, with his fingers closer together than Robinson's.
So that natural position of your fingers, which enables you to position the seam how you want. Now, Anderson's seam is bolt upright on the left-hand side there, enabling that swing way, whereas Robinson's, the wobble seam, he's more of a seam bowler, and then the way the ball moves is a little bit of an unknown depending on how it lands and what length he bowls.
It's a really interesting comparison about how each goes about their business early. Just a sign of it there. Sitting there as the batsman and you're thinking, you're looking at that coming down, is that going to seam away? Is that going to seam in? I'm not sure. Conway's played it well. He's off the mark.
Yeah, the one on the right, Ollie Robinson, very much like Matt Henry, who's looking to bowl the outswinger as a natural ball, but tends to just get that inconsistency and wobble. So sometimes it swings, other times it seams, and it's because you get no consistency in that movement, which makes those types of bowlers awkward. Jimmy, it's going to swing because the seam is in such a good position.
I noticed that in Anderson's first over. I thought, that is just beautiful to watch. Nips back again, but it was always going down leg side, so no real interest in appealing that. I guess as a batter, you're looking at that, you're thinking, well, I know at least what this one is going to do. With Robinson, it's a different challenge.
Yeah, with Anderson, because he's so good with his wrist, he can simply turn the ball around and then swing the ball away to a right-hander or into a left-hander with very little cues in terms of his bowling action. You're really looking for things like what line does he start the ball on? Perhaps might give me a cue to which way the ball is swinging. Such good skill.
Bowling that one a little wider. Ollie Robinson, a little wider of the crease and angling it into Tom Latham.
So then the question is about what do batsmen prefer to face? Would they face someone who's nibbling the ball both ways but not really getting an idea, or someone who's genuinely swinging the ball both ways? I suppose it depends on the day, the pace of the wicket, how well Anderson bowls, but you can see why, when he gets it right in conditions that are conducive, why he's such a handful.
It's 4 slips in still for Robinson.
Wait there, wait there, wait there.
It's bowled very straight in this test, Ollie Robinson. I just noted yesterday, we spoke about it this morning as well, he's only a young bowler. He's very new compared to Stuart Broad there on your screen, and of course James Anderson, and didn't take wickets in that first innings. And I thought there were just moments of frustration. Took a shy at the stumps, maybe needlessly. Had a few things to say to Tom Blundell this morning. And the aggression is fine, mate, no bones about that. You just hope that that's not frustration, because he's not going to take wickets every time. It's 9 without loss. Trailing by 217 here, New Zealand following on. New Zealand have followed on 45 times in tests. 35 of those tests have ended in defeats, 24 of them by an innings. And there have been 10 draws. New Zealand has never won a test. And they have been asked to follow on. Nothing like a first time. Slight amendment too. You mentioned the stat earlier. We thought the last time New Zealand followed on was here in Wellington in 2010. It was not, in fact, it was 2013. Opposition was England. So history repeating itself somewhat. England scored 465, New Zealand 254, which sounds eerily similar to the situation today. They were 162 for 2, New Zealand, when day 5 was lost to rain and the match was drawn. I'm pretty sure if you offered this New Zealand side that as a script, they would probably be quite keen on the reboot.
No doubt.
Coming up to the 90-minute mark this morning. Play started at 10:30, half hour early after losing more time to rain yesterday evening. Feels like a lot has happened in the first 90 minutes of this test. Hits him on the pads. Outside the line there. Anderson.
Seen Jimmy Anderson spending quite a bit of time by the footmarks. Had some heavy overnight rain. The ground's actually quite damp out there. Sawdust is out. So Anderson's filled the footmarks from around the wicket, filled them up with sawdust. Where Ben Folkes is actually keeping to Ollie Robinson, it's almost like a little bit of beach cricket there. Nice patch of sawdust. So there's a little bit of moisture getting dragged onto those footmarks, which causes a few issues for the bowler.
The quiff's giving Anderson all sorts of trouble this morning. It's about the only thing that is.
Generally, the Wellington breeze, doesn't matter how much hairspray you put on, you know it's not going to make any difference.
To be honest, I'm fighting a two-front war on my lid, mate. It's wouldn't matter to me. That's why you redeploy to the face, Bondi. 5 donuts here from Anderson. For another maiden over. Maybe one from Robinson this morning. New Zealand are in no hurry, and England will know that. That's the one thing in their favour. This is bat time now for both of these players, and both of these players are very good at it. Maiden over from James Anderson. It's 9 without loss. Welcome to the Basin Reserve, where Ollie Robertson will take up the attack again. New Zealand following on at home for the first time since they faced England here in 2013. England's putting New Zealand back in on that occasion, and the match was drawn. It's going to be on the minds of New Zealand. They've never won a test match while following on. Oh, and that's an edge, and it falls short of the cordon again. Second time Latham today. And again, it's encouragement for Robinson and for Anderson.
This doesn't look like there's as much bounce coming up from that southern end. It's a genuine edge with hands pushing at the ball, which you would expect to carry. Latham's lucky. In the end, it's fallen a long way short. It's a good pair of hands from Ben Stokes.
It's following him today, Stokes. He's right there. He's in the mixer. Easy leave that time for Latham. Well, here's that match, Bondi.
Yeah, I was part of the coaching staff during this series. New Zealand dominated the first test in Dunedin, and then England held out on day 5. Steve Finn getting a really slow 50, I think, as night watchman. England dominated this test match. The rain saved us, and then we went to Eden Park for the last one, which was a beauty, where Neil Wagner bowled Matthew Pryor, who blocked it out, and the series ended 0-0. But it was a brilliant test match series.
That was a brave innings at Eden Park. Man. Oh, and that's down that leg side again, and Latham goes chasing.
It's almost the start of the New Zealand cricket renaissance under Brendan McCullum, that series. It was a similar series a year later against India, when New Zealand managed to win the game at Eden Park. It was all onwards and upwards from there. There's been folks driving out of that sort of sawdust area. He's doing well to move. It's not easy for him to stand there amongst that very soft, muddy soil.
Yeah, just for those who may be just tuning in or watching from afar, it was heavy rain here in the capital last night, and Folkes is now putting some more sawdust in his area. It's one thing to cover the pitch, but you can't cover the ground. And while the basin drains away pretty well, there's no real breeze blowing across here to help with that process, so it does feel just a little waterlogged. Low clouds, no breeze, not great drying conditions for laundry or for fields, and that one was closer than you think.
It's good judgment by Latham, probably on line and length. Wobbly seam, this time it nips back in, threatens that off stump. And again, that's, as a batsman, you look at that and go, yeah, I've made a good leave, but I've got to be careful.
Yeah, that step across, didn't he? He knew his off stump was covered, and he knows he can trust the bounce here. This is the last ball, the 6th over in this New Zealand second innings. Right on line, Latham manages to fend it away into the leg side, and New Zealand find themselves 10 without loss.
Bat and bat and bat. That's all New Zealand has in front of them. Good shot. You've got to do that. You got to hit that new ball when you get the chance.
Just a soft short ball on that occasion. Jimmy Anderson. Just over waist height. Easy pickings for Tom Latham. Completely agree, Rigger. You have to still have that positive mindset. Look to score when it's given to you. This man just keeps the feet moving well. Keep getting into good positions.
That's very nice. It's a heck of a reply. That's where it needs to be, ball after ball. He can do that. He's got the skill to do that, Anderson. So important for New Zealand to get through this new ball. Not only for their own psyche, but also for England's. And you just want, you get through here, you get through 20 overs, no wickets down. You just get some sideways glances from the bowlers to Stokes. Why did you enforce it, Skip? We're out here all day, aren't we?
Good piece of running. Just the ability to turn the strike over between these two. And agree. I think after New Zealand first innings came to an end relatively quickly, felt as though Broad in particular had got a little bit of, got his tail up a little bit, picking up those late wickets. And if you're the English side, you want to roll that into the second innings of New Zealand. You want to be picking up wickets reasonably quickly.
feeling there. It was just dragged into that by Anderson. Threw it across Conway, who's worked hard for his one.
Just enough. Does just enough. Jimmy Anderson to beat the bat.
Yeah, it's one of those shots where you know you've made a mistake. It wasn't on. And you're just pleased that it didn't get you out. There's nothing worse than being lulled into your first genuine mistake and you're out. $15 without loss. It's a sellout for the first 3 days. There's been queues outside the gate, people wanting to get in early. Stuart Broad, who was brilliant in the second innings at the Mount. Just struggled to back that up a little bit in the first innings of this game. Didn't quite find his line and length. Wasn't able to attack the wickets on this surface. Slightly different surface. You're looking to get it into the wicket and try to get the outside edges through to the slip cordon, the keeper and slip cordon. Slightly different task for a fast bowler. Just went donk and stood there, Latham. Knew it was for the minute he hit it.
Just a little loosener from Stuart Broad. First ball of this innings, looking to pitch the ball up. See if there's any movement. Just floats that one right onto the middle of Tom Latham's bat. Hold the pose, save the legs.
Would have felt good. Oh, that's lifted. It's hit him in the gloves. That's really taken off a length.
That's what New Zealand doesn't want to see happening. Real climb. We've seen there has been a lot of bounce in the surface throughout the first 2 days, but you don't want that feel like it's leaping off a length.
That's an illustration of why I actually think this is a really good cricket wicket. Because it's not totally flat. So often, Pet, when it's really flat, wow, that's a good wicket. Well, good for who? This one is fair. You bowl it on the wicket and hit the wrong areas, you should get taken. You hit a really good area, hit it hard, you'll get some life, you'll get some assistance. And it's spun and bounced a little. There's something for everyone in the surface.
Yeah, completely agree. There's been runs to be scored if you're prepared to be proactive, prepared to be patient at the same time. Saw 2 glorious centuries from Brook and Root earlier on in the test. See that there's still the ability to come out and be really aggressive. Tim Southey was able to start putting them over the rope. But there's been plenty of assistance for the bowlers as well, and don't often see it in New Zealand, but turn with bounce. You know, it was actually not slow, easy to play turn. There's some real bite out of the surface. So completely agree, Rigger. Good to see something in it for everyone, and it means you've got to be on your game as a batter, as a bowler, and if you're slightly off, then you'll be paying the price.
they got a dark ball? I mean, I know that they're all red, but there's different degrees of redness. It does seem dark, or is it just... Some bowlers, that's what they go for. That they'll some bowlers, when they select the ball, there'll be someone who selects it for England, they'll pick it up, feels good in the hands. Others will go for the dark ones, colour of the ball. 19 without loss. I'm picking Jimmy Anderson as the one. It's normally the senior bowler who gets the choice.
Well, if it's not Jimmy, then it'll be Broad. And every bowler as well, they've got something that they think is the secret to success in picking a new ball.
Right, Mike Ganning, former England captain. Some hard graft going in here from Devon Conway. 1 from 17. He's trying to get organised around that off stump. He was disappointed with the way he just hung the bat out at the ball in the first innings. Yes, it was a good delivery and a very, very fine edge, but talking to him this morning, he felt he was a little loose in defence. He seems relaxed enough. Is he doing some visualization, or has he got bored? Leaving on length. No issue with that. Looked a little awkward, but it was actually pretty good technique. 19 without loss. It remains.
Well, it is, of course, the home ground of Devon Conway. He had a lot of success here. First class average for Wellington of over 100 on this ground, so knows it well. Knows you can trust the bounce here.
Oh, I love that. When you can't get runs, you always seem to stop the ones when you're likely to get runs.
Well, that's sometimes when it is really tough, isn't it? You just want to find a way to get one. You want to get down the other end. A little bit of time to just compose yourself.
Well, he wants to let the ball go. That one was a little fuller from Anderson. Needs to be a little careful. You really are trusting the bounce then. It's comfortably over the top. It's good stuff there. It's good battle. 19 without loss.
Right on.
About 35 minutes to lunch. That's got to be the first goal, without a doubt, for these two. Make lunch. A little bit more drying. Hopefully the sun comes out for a bit through those 40 minutes. You've had a look at it. You might not have many, if you're Conway, you might not have many on the board, but you've probably faced a fair chunk of deliveries. And you sit there and you go, okay, it's a hard job, got it done, move on. Just work in sessions. Confidence will build for New Zealand. They have to bat a long time. There's no reason, when you look at the individual in the side, when you look at their records, when you look at the long batting list New Zealand has, they're playing the extra batter in this game. There's no reason why they can't, on this pitch, it'll get better and better for batting, go on to a big total. But it's a long road. You just got to break it down into little goals of hard work.
When you look at the records of the players there, Latham averaged 41, Conway 53, Williamson 53, Nichols 37, Mitchell 58, Blundell 44. There's plenty of batting there.
Also, you look at their hundreds and look at their top scores. That they're big score getters as well. They're players who, when they get in and have their day, they make really significant contributions. And that's why I think as a group, this New Zealand side should have some hope of maybe being able to rescue this game, because they've all gone on. New Zealand, you're going to need 200s, and someone needs to get something well in excess of 150. Now, they've all been there before.
Right on.
19 without loss.
It's also a ground as well it's actually lent itself to that a little bit in recent times. There's been players who have had big innings, long innings, the ability to bat through a day. So there is that history there. Yes, it's a surface that does plenty and bowlers get excited about coming here, but it can be batter's paradise too.
A lot of rain fell over. Now, I'm impressed with the way that they've decided that, because this outfield has been wet from the get-go. So I'm pleased that it hasn't been deemed an issue. They've just got out and played on it. It's just been weather. It has actually been raining at the time. A lot of rain last night. There was a lot of rain the day before the test started, I believe. It's a big pile of sawdust, but they're using a lot of it. All right, well, Anderson's going to change his line here. You must feel that Conway's got his angle coming over the wicket, so he'll have a go coming round to the other New Zealand left-handed opener. Conway will get a precious run. He knows too. He said something there. He moved through to 2, but he knows how hard scoring's been, Conway.
Just hasn't been quite at his best, Jimmy Anderson, this spell. Yes, it's been hard to score off. You'd expect he'd be trying to get these two to play as much as possible. You know, trying to attack, especially the outside edge of Tom Latham. Get into that indecision about playing and leaving, but he's been tidy without necessarily being really dangerous so far this spell.
I really sense, having wandered around the start of the day, spoken to a few players, a few of the coaches, but just watching what's going on right now amongst the top order. Yeah, sure, you had Tim Southee swinging away earlier on, but I think the talk and the change in shed has been about application. You're not England. We're not England. Forget how they play. Get back to applying yourself for long periods of time.
Right on, right on.
11 gone, 20 without loss. Well, here is a look at the New Zealand batting success. So let's go right down to Tom Blundell there. A lot of batting there. You might go down to Will Young, 13 matches at the lowest average, 27. But he's been in and out. Used as an opener. He's more of a natural middle order player, so you can't really judge him on that. But 41, 51, 52. Henry Nicholls probably maybe a little shy of form, but I thought he looked good in the first innings. Rather got himself out after getting a good start. Daryl Mitchell, 55. And you're starting to see what the effect of actually playing cricket on a damp outfield is as these bowlers, they land in the same place over and over again. And you're going to start to actually drag the moisture up. You're going to turn the top into, well, mud. And it's going to get difficult.
And that's even more reason New Zealand side to be applying yourself, as we were talking about, is it is that soft outfield. It is going to feel damp and heavy underfoot. So if you're a fielding side, bowling side, running in on that all day, you end up with heavy legs. And that's the position you want to get this England bowling lineup to. Just the 53.2 overs, New Zealand's first innings. 11.2 so far in their second. If you can drag that out, extend that as long as possible, it only gets harder as a bowling group from there.
That one that's hit Conway on the back thigh, enough encouragement to put a leg slip in. Well, he might be struggling with a run up a little bit here, but even since pulling out of that first one, the first three have been right on the money. Broad. Now leg slip has moved wider to kind of square leg gully. More there for the inside edge rather than one worked aerially down the leg side. Oh, he tries something too, Conway. That enough. Tried to counter. Ugly looking shot, but he could get 4 for it. No, he won't. He'll get 3. First sign of Conway feeling he needs to do something different, though.
Yeah, it's been a struggle so far. Something we've seen a lot throughout this test match, and also first test matches. Players prepared to try and get down the wicket, try and take length away. So perhaps on the back of those first 3 deliveries throughout this over, where Pord seemed to have really narrowed in, got into that ideal spot, Conway said, well, that's enough. Had enough of that. Time to get down the wicket, put a bit of pressure on.
It's 23 without loss.
From the RA Bucks stand end, Ollie Robinson.
So 23 without loss after 12. 2 very different phases of the game today. The Southee phase at the start of play, which was swing at everything, hit it a mile, try and get as close to that follow-on target as possible, and just failing, but very, very entertaining. This is now the gritty phase from Latham and Conway, showing that they can concentrate, they can focus, they can defend, they can blunt England's new ball attack. So far, that's what they've done for 12 overs. Robinson now. Oh, that's done enough to cause a bit of concern.
The odd ball's just spat, isn't it? It's just that extra bounce. There's been 3 or 4 that both openers have played awkwardly. It just seems to have spat off a length. Look at the extra bounce and on the gloves. Heading towards the rib cage, which David is never nice. Area of protection for every batter.
Yeah, just extra bounce takes you by surprise, especially from that length where you have so little time to react and do something effective about it. There's no one around the corner, so the short leg is in front and 7-8 yards away. Immediate change of angle, which can't quite see the logic in that. Unless there was another plan afoot before the one that spat. Having had one that spits, you'd think, well, try and do the same thing again. You know, why change the angle straight away? Why change the angle so quickly? And why put the short leg in the right place afterwards? Change the angle again, back to over the wicket. Oh, that's for a bowl. Well, it's been, should we say, quiet for the first 12 overs. Now, here we go again with the... Is there just a little something? I had it yesterday. I had one of those yesterday where the faintest of edges wasn't picked up by the keeper, by Folkes. Was reviewed, proved to be an edge, and they got the wicket. Not this time, though.
Not this time. Ben Stokes heard something. He was looking for some justification from one of the other fielders to say, yeah, go upstairs. That was a good piece of bowling. That's done plenty. There's still plenty in the surface, David. Stokes perhaps the only one appealing, but he seriously heard something. No one else did.
That's a better ball. That is a better ball because I think the first one, the previous one, Conway was playing a long way away from his body. Didn't need to play it. That one, you're committed to the shot.
That one's very similar to his dismissal in the first innings to James Anderson, where he's dragged forward, perhaps doesn't get as far forward as what he'd want, caught on the crease. Look at the carry through to the keeper. There's still plenty going on here. It's a real challenging time for both these New Zealand openers who are showing some resistance. This is good from New Zealand, but it's still very difficult.
Yes, that nagging length from Robinson that, with his height, does get that little bit of bounce, makes it awkward. Yeah, just looking at that edge or non-edge, I think that gives you a pretty clear picture as to why there's nothing showing up on ultra edge. .27 without loss after 13. Well, Ben Stokes may be hearing things that others didn't, and I think we've proved, tried to prove anyway, that there was a big gap. The quest for that first wicket continues for England. So often happens, doesn't it? Dominate a game, you get yourself in a position, you pose the follow-on, resistance follows.
It's interesting, David, that everything's just not going England's way at the moment. The bowlers are a little bit annoyed about the run-ups and how soft they are. Let's have a look at the two balls to Conway. That's the first one that went past. No appeal. This is the one that Ben Stokes thought there was an edge. And he went up for it. That's him. He heard something on that second one.
Well, we proved there wasn't a nick for the first one.
He just wanted some help. He wanted someone to say, yes, go on up. And he didn't get it.
Yeah, well, it got it quite right too. Clear air between the two. Ball one, ball two. Yeah, this change of bowling, I don't know whether it's a result of Stuart Broad's problems with the run-ups. And by the way, if you've got a test match ground, one of the things you should do is cover the bowler's run-ups when there's a bit of rain around. I'm prepared to try and organise a whip round for you. See if we can get in. You find a bit of spare plastic for overnight.
Do we not have any?
I don't know. It didn't seem to. We'll have a look tonight when they put the covers on.
Yeah, let's do that.
But anyway, yeah, the change of bowling comes with, what is it, 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes to go until lunch on this third day.
Yeah, because I think ideally you want your seamers bowling all the way through to lunch. So this is a period that the ball's still seaming and moving around. If there was no issues with the run-ups, I don't think Jack Leach would be on now. Also Ben Stokes, who hasn't bowled an over in this test match. I wonder.
Oh, that was close. This is where the extra bounce at the basin just brings those close fielders into play.
Very hard to get on top of the ball and get it down. It was hit hard enough to go past Pope, but he's good in there.
Nice. Bowling, mate.
It's very sharp in there as Ollie Pope. It's very hard with that extra bounce to get on top of it and hit it down. Went past him quickly, but it was in the air. Of course, we saw Jack Leach get rid of Tom Latham in the first innings with that reverse sweep. Been playing so well, and then that reverse sweep came out of nowhere and really led to a bit of a downfall for the rest of the New Zealand order. So, interesting to see if he decides to play that shot again or whether he just puts it away for a period.
Well, the sensible option is to do what he's doing, which is just nudge for ones. Yeah, there you go. That's the dismissal from the first innings. Again, refer to the bounce, because what you have to do with the reverse sweep is get on top of it. And that's a question of reading length, a question of being able to get the back coming down on top of the ball if there's extra bounce. And maybe loop as well. If you misjudge the length, well then there's your risk. And it did turn things around. It was not, you know, it felt like an unnecessary dismissal at the time, still feels that way. Oh, needed the short leg in front rather than the one tucked around the corner, the inside edge onto the pad, but it goes begging. 28 without loss.
Good first over from Jack Leach. Enough there for the left arm spinner, isn't there? A little bit of turn. That one's turned and gripped. There goes that inside edge onto pad. Needed the conventional short leg, as you mentioned, David, in front rather than behind, but have to say that was an encouraging over. Enough happening to keep everyone interested.
Well, keep people interested out in the middle anyway.
I don't know what you think. I just sort of feel if England get one, they could get three. In these conditions, these two are doing an excellent job, Latham and Conway, but if England can get one, then all of a sudden it's not going to be an easy time to come out and start your innings. Of course, there's 15 minutes before the break, so that's always on the batters' minds as well.
Yes, it'll be a fillip for New Zealand if these two get through unscathed to that lunch break. Feels so much better if you get an opening partnership that can blunt an attack, hang around long enough for the ball to get a bit older, hang around long enough for things to get quieter. But you're right, Macca, there's, you know, these lengths, these lines, you've got to admire both the concentration powers of these two, Latham and Conway. The defensive need is there. Your desire to play late. I mean, this is the dangerous length, I think. It's just doing, as you say, it's doing plenty.
It's nice bowling conditions. It's cloudy, it's overcast, so the ball is still moving around here on day 3. But New Zealand are weathering the storm through tight defence, resilience, doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, that little change of length, if it's good length, which is the one that just has, you know, the time just to bounce a little bit, and you can see where it's hitting people roundabouts or top of the thighs, and in other places we don't mention on national television. You can see that there's, you know, there are problems there, and as soon as they go a bit fuller, then you just come a little bit further forward, put the dead bat on it, and defend. So it's just an attritional phase of the game, isn't it?
It's also one of the great aspects of Test cricket, DG, that you know about, is that the game's not all about attack, even though we've seen a lot of that from England over these 2 Test matches. It's actually about defence at times, and having a good solid defence that allows you to spend time at the crease and blunt the opposition, and that's what we're seeing from the New Zealand openers.
Well, even England in this current era, this new era, have shown at times that they've recognised the value of seeing through a difficult passage of play. Yes, at times they've blasted their way out of it, but other times they've just had to apply themselves. Another one that goes very close. He's in the game.
He's in the action, isn't he, Ollie Pope? It's a bit of a magnet. Ball seems to follow him around in those short leg positions. This time he's more of a leg slip, quite a square leg slip. Again, the extra bounce in the surface. Conway can't get on top of that. It went quickly and it was heading towards the ground, but wasn't far away from Pope.
I mean, it's an absolute guessing game, to be honest, where you put your man. Instinct sort of gives you a clue, a sort of feel for the game out there.
Come on.
30 without loss. I mean, you'll have a chat, won't you? Captain and bowler, and you'll discuss, is it going to be the inside edge onto the pad for an orthodox short leg? Is it going to be something with the extra bounce that just flies off a glove or gets tucked away round the corner? If you've got your man round the corner, is he going to be 3 yards behind, 4 yards behind? Yeah, it's feel and guesswork, isn't it?
It is guesswork, but it looks pretty good when it comes off from a captain's point of view. It looks like a genius.
Yep, we got him. He was 260 at the time, but we got him.
Got that leg slip in the perfect position. Yard finder. He's in business.
I mean, there is some science, obviously, isn't there? It depends on the line that you tell or agree that Leach is going to bowl. If it's going to be more off stump and turning, then the man behind is in play. If it's more outside off stump, turning back in bat and pad, then the man in front would come into play.
You could have another bat pad. You could have another one in there.
Oh, yes.
Remembering that New Zealand are following on a long way behind. Why not have another short leg and play more orthodox? Then it allows Leach to actually bowl both lines. It makes it a little bit tougher for the batter.
Yeah, you've got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 on the 6, sorry, 6 on the leg side. Yeah, because you can afford then. I mean, yeah, that's too much, too close to leg stump. And I know it's sort of fine margins and all that. We can afford to be slightly wider off stump, which then gets people stretching at the ball. If it's going to grip and bounce, I think it would be genuinely more aggressive to have the short leg and take one of them out from mid-wicket. Just leave the one man in there.
Go.
See, I think that's very playable. If as a batsman, okay, you can mistime it, in which case it looks like genius when it goes straight to the man just behind square, but you can play that.
Go.
It's too short, isn't it? That is playable.
Well, yeah, it's playable and too short and just slightly the wrong line.
And controllable. You want to find the length where it's tough to control getting the ball to ground. Just hasn't quite got it right so far this over, Leach.
.32 without loss still. Now, as a captain, looking both the clock and the situation, 10 minutes to go until lunch, do you back Leach? Do you suddenly say, hang on a second, now there is a bit of turn and bounce. Got two left-handers. Root, bit of Root, who will get the ball more airborne, might get some revs on the ball.
They've certainly got Joe Root as an option, and we know that he's perhaps a more aggressive spinner than what Jack Leach is. Also perhaps puts a few more revs on it. So with the turn and bounce on the surface, and there is some turn, some genuine turn, especially to two left-handers, it might not be a bad option. Just talking through, I think, that short leg and that fielding position around, trying to work out exactly where to get them in the right posse. Stokes asking for some feedback from some of his experienced teammates.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, just talking about styles of captaincy. Ideally, you want your captain to be the dominant figure who apparently knows everything. But actually, there are so often 2 or 3 possible solutions to a situation, and you get different perspectives. I always like to have people come to me with good ideas. If they came to me with bad ideas, you just dismiss them forthwith. Ooh, swing.
So you're quite happy with ideas coming to you, and then you'd work about filtering those ideas.
Yeah, absolutely.
And coming to the right plan.
I'll tell you, one good point about that too is, if you encourage your whole team to be thinking about situations, you as bowlers, as fielders, keeps them sharp as well. You rather than just being told what to do like errant schoolboys. And you will get the benefit as captain if someone comes up with a good idea, which you hadn't actually thought of.
That's a good way to keep everyone engaged
Yeah,
with what's
absolutely.
happening.
Absolutely. And this is actually a sort of classic situation for people to come around and rally around, because the follow-on has been enforced. The first wicket hasn't gone down yet. Bowling's been good by and large. Pressure is on. We've been chatting about Leach and the lines and stuff. Yeah, and these fine lines do make a difference. So if Leach is going to be effective, and we think, for instance, if I was subordinate to Ben Stokes, I said, well, just get him to push a bit wider off stump. 6 inches, just change 9 inches, change the line. It's just an idea.
Well, the other point of him doing that is then he brings both edges into play. I feel that at the moment, with the line and the length he's bowling, it's only that inside edge. That's the only edge that's in danger of perhaps going to leg slip. If he does go a little bit wider off stump, then as a batter, you want to push. You have to push out, and you bring that outside edge into play, and you bring slip into play. Slip's not really in play at the moment with the line and length that Leach is operating on. There's enough there. You've seen him turn a couple and get some bounce, so he's going to be a handful. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings.
Well done. No.
But that communication, I think, I agree, David, it's important. It's vital, isn't it? Just trying to eke out any idea that might work, might be the difference between a wicket. Plenty of catches in play here for Robinson.
.32, still without loss. So just talking about Jack Leach, those wickets on day 2 in the first innings. 2 reverse sweeps. This was nicely bowled, but brilliantly taken. Now the speeds, I think the speeds are so important. Again, it's fine margins, 84 to 87. So 84 gives you more bounce because you have more time in the air. 87 gets there quicker, but that's not the point.
I think that's where the variation's important. The ability to go up and down the pace scale. And I think generally he's been a bit too consistent with his pace. I think there's just been an opportunity at times just to slow it up, which I think does that and gets a bit more flight above the eye line, bring in some extra bounce. The ball will just sit on the surface a little bit longer. And he is very consistent with what he delivers. And there goes the change we were talking about, DG.
Hey. Doesn't mean we're right. Let us see. I mean, I think that's good. Well, I think we obviously both agree that's good. Man has come out of mid-wicket, as suggested, gone into short leg. Goes past him. But again, I'm going to quibble about the line. Because that's just too short, just a little bit too short, and you're playing. The only thing you're going to get here is that there's a slight mistiming. Okay, there's a bit of bounce, but if you mistime it and nudge it slowly towards short leg, he's got a chance for a catch. If you just watch it, play it, you should be all right as a left-hander against this line.
Yeah, that's too easy. Line and length are not in sync with the field, I would probably say. For a start, you want to have both players coming on the front foot. Too easy just working off their hip past those two catches. Geez, Ben Stokes coming really close and leg slip. He's a metre from the bat.
Oh, it's gone past him. Well, it was Fuller. So draws batsman forward, which then sort of takes away some of the control you've got off the back foot. Just to the left of Ben Stokes.
Perfect. Way inside edge onto pad and past Stokes at leg slip. Maybe he was a touch close. Put that on replay. That is exactly where Jack Leach needs to be. That was the perfect delivery. Got that one. Just lacking a little bit of execution here. The left arm spinner. But I tell you what, if he gets it right, he's going to be a real handful for both these left-handers. Nathan does like sweeping, so I wonder if he might look at the conventional sweep at some stage.
That's a better option, to be honest. Using his feet well. The long on deep. And actually, do you need him that deep at this stage? No. It's another thing that's bugged me, actually, all the way through Australia and places the last 12 months. Watching Jack, so often he'll have the man back like that. No one's gone even a millimetre down the pitch until that last ball.
Hey, bowler, mate.
38 for none. Right, the old scoreboard clock. Does it tick? Is it ticking its way round to the hour? Anyway, the umpires have got into position. Batsman Nathan Conway, just a final bit of good luck, mates. 6 balls to go till lunch. Well done. Keep it going. So it'll be Robinson to bowl this final over of the session. Pressing for 2. It's good running. First one run very quickly with the second in mind. That's always the way to do it. Just put the pressure on the fielder. Grab the extra run.
If New Zealand can get to the lunch break, get through this over, none down, that'll just be a good little psychological pick-me-up where they haven't had too many in the first turn a bit days of this test match. Just give a little bit of confidence to that dressing room, sitting back watching. Gary Stead, Black Caps coach. Looks like he's watching a bit of video on the team computer, analysing some stuff that's going on.
That's the one that Robinson just wants to flick the edge, that Stokes, as England's captain, wants just to flick the edge. get the breakthrough just before the break. It's clear daylight.
It's a good piece of bowling. Ball's allowed to go past the outside edge on a surface that's seaming and swinging as much as this is. No damage done. Didn't follow it. Held his line, did Latham. That's good.
Yeah, going back to that previous ball, I do like your acknowledgement that holding the line is as good as playing an exaggerated lead, because you follow it, you can nick it. You hold the line. It's not just left-handers have this innate skill, but you hold the line and you can be pretty confident you ain't going to nick it. If it's a bit fuller, obviously there's a little bit of movement, then you're going to be closer to it to start with, and it's a bit more fraught.
As soon as it goes a bit fuller, you actually look to hit the ball more, as opposed to just being solid in defence. And that's the difference, that when you're trying to hit the ball, your hands tend to push out a little bit further. But Latham's been very disciplined. 27 from 69, as has Conway. Run's been hard to come by for New Zealand, but they're one ball away from a big tick in this part of the session that they've had to get through.
Wasted down the leg side, but it brings to the end the 19th over. It brings to an end the first session of play here at the Cello Basin Reserve on day 3 of the second and final test match. England still have the advantage, but they don't have any wickets in the bag yet in this New Zealand second innings, and that will be irksome to Ben Stokes and his men. So full credit to Latham and Conway, 27 and 13 respectively. It might be slow, but it's gritty. Everyone in New Zealand no doubt wanting to see some fight, and they've got it. Bowling figures for England. Nothing in that wickets column yet. Just those 4 men used as in the first innings. And there has been movement for seamers. There has been a bit of something there too for Jack Leach, but nothing for any of them in that wickets column. So New Zealand asked to follow on, having been bowled out this morning for 209, 40 without loss in their second innings, still 186 runs behind.
It's great to hear from Steve Harmison over lunch. Funny man. He's looking forward to England rattling through New Zealand here this afternoon so he can watch his beloved Newcastle. I'm not entirely sure that Latham and Conway would agree with that. They look settled here, and it hasn't been easy this morning.
It's almost traditional test match cricket, just over 2 and over, but it was fascinating. England probing, New Zealand putting up that strong resistance.
Go! Oh, that's a sharpener after lunch, that. A real sharpener. That turned a long way. Finds the inside edge of Conway off the pad, and it's encouragement straight away. Leg slip, short leg in place, and that's popped up again.
It's been one of the criticisms of the Basin that it hasn't turned. This is a wicket that's turned from day one and continuing to turn with bounce. So there's been something in it for all the bowlers. Leach not a noted big turner, but that's good turn and good bounce.
Yeah, nice boys.
Conway just taking half a step on that occasion. Jack Leach has persisted with his pace, although he's maybe taken a couple of clicks off to start the spell. He was around 84 k's per hour on average at Bay Oval, 87 on average in New Zealand's first innings. Maybe just a touch slower here, straight after the break.
The feeling is, just give the ball a little bit more flight, like Michael Bracewell, you'll get that turn, but the bounce is the big one. Even if it doesn't turn, if you've got the bounce, you've got all those men around the bat, ball is going to carry, that's where you'll get your opportunity.
Go! Oh, what's that?
This is a tough start. It's an investigation of Conway here. Leach will put it in the same spot. That was the slowest delivery of the over too. Look at the bounce. Very good to start. Tight over from Jack Leach, a maiden. It's 40 without loss.
The mizzle, as Mark Richardson called it, coming in every day. There's been a freshness to this wicket that's lasted two and a nearly half days.
One of the conversation points earlier today, Bondi, was just the heaviness of the ground. Been a lot of moisture around Wellington and a lot of sawdust work going into those stride marks and the bowlers' run-ups. And just walking out in the outfield during that lunch break, you noted how heavy it was underfoot, and that must be hard on these quicks.
Yeah, this almost feels like a rugby type field, football type field. It's that soft. So this is around yesterday's dismissal where Tom Latham was given out.
Oh, that's popped up. Is it gone? There's no word from the umpire.
I think, yeah, that's yesterday's.
Yeah, no, it was. I know. I like to live commentate the highlights packages. It just adds a little bit more excitement.
Yeah, well, you got Jack Leach confused with Stuart Broad, which takes a bit.
Oh, God. I'm going to walk away and just think about what I've just eaten for lunch.
That was incredible. So we're going to start again. Discussion between Stokes and Latham about dismissal. Latham saying I clearly didn't hit the gloves.
Oh, let's just pretend that never happened. Well, I'm not going to be able to. It did. I'm so lost in the game, Bondi. I'm just lost full stop.
Want to have another go at it?
I'm talking about sawdust. We're talking about arm guards. I did notice though, getting back to serious cricket, if I can ever again. He's got his arm guard down low over that glove. Technically speaking, if it is touching the glove, is it forming part of the glove? Rob Williams, our producer, is beside himself. If you want to see a Welshman curled up in the fetal position on the floor, kind of like the rugby team right now, then look no further than the Spark Sport commentary box. Unlikely to live that one down.
In answer to the question, I don't think so. I think sometimes you can talk about the sweatband if you've got a connected sweatband, but I think Latham has it so low, and fair enough, is ultimately you're trying to protect that wrist from being broken. You don't want a gap in there with that bone that just sits above your hand there. That's got to be protected, so that's why he has it so low, and it makes perfect sense, particularly on a wicket here there is some steep bounce at times. The question would be, though, if you hit that arm guard, which sits in front of the wristband on the glove, should it be out?
Yep. I'd love to know what was said in that conversation.
I suppose that was the discussion the umpires had yesterday. So because of the compaction of the arm guard, and it looked like it hit the sweatband, well, that's why the on-field decision stood, and Latham was given his marching orders.
And that's the last ball of an over from 20 overs ago, bowled by Jack Leach, masquerading as Stuart Broad. It's 40 for none. This is today. It's Jack Leach, first ball of the 22nd over. Thank you, Nick, for your message saying get some windows in your commentary box. Look, it's just it's a momentary lapse of reason, Nick. It happens to the best of us, and I'm not that.
Oh, ball, mate, brilliant, pal.
There's worse coming through on my phone, I can tell you, Nick. It's a real Giuseppe Story moment, that. Jack Leach bowling again. He's still tight. He's still bowling around that 184, 185 pace. That one's slightly slower, but not too much.
Better off sweeping, Leachy. Good fellas. Oh, yes. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not. Brilliant, mate. Brilliant, bud.
Close. What a fielder he's proven to be too. It's a great weapon for a bowler, whether it be Leach or others. Just to know that you've got someone with such good reaction time under the lid. Still to add to the score at lunch, New Zealand. 3 quality overs to start this session from England. There's the first run after lunch from Conway. Just lifts the back foot, clips it away. That's the end of the 22nd. It's 41 without loss. It's a nice shot there. There was a little bit of swing, but it was pitched up. Beautifully driven.
That's good signs for Devon Conway. The movement into the ball. Said there is some movement from Broad. The timing and the placement.
Bounce from Broad, Just angled in and then just seemed away, just a touch, just enough.
It's remarkable when you look at Conway's foot movement, where he barely moves the front foot. I mean, it's all about just the weight moving into the ball, but that front foot really just doesn't move. Goes across a pre-delivery, and that's almost where it stays regardless. He's set up to play off the back foot, but then that weight into the ball when the ball's forward becomes more important than the placement of the front foot itself.
He's quite light on that front foot as well. And here, another example of it there. Takes that step, Bondi, and then it doesn't quite plant it firmly. Still allows himself another brief microsecond to move again. Back one, and then another. And still just on the heel, so he's not getting locked into that.
That's by pulling it slightly back. It's called the press. You have then the ability to almost call it like a deload, stand, weight on the back foot to then press forward into the ball. But you would argue if you take too big a step, you're lunging and then your hands follow.
He spoke about that this morning, didn't he, in terms of his dismissal yesterday. Just about keeping that back closer in, not letting those hands get out in front. There's the step, very light, up on the toes on the front foot. This partnership is adding some genuine intrigue to this test now. The longer that they can force England's attack to run in heavy conditions in the fields, tucker them out, keep these wickets intact, but this man will keep leaping and diving about the place.
Still encouragement there, isn't there? There's swing, still seam, there's a little bit of inconsistency in bounce, there's turn. So New Zealand doing a great job, but England will know they just need one good piece of cricket to break the game open.
Oh, that is full and driven. Lovely shot that. Pitching up too much, 49 without loss.
Stuart Broad gesticulated, I think the word is, after this ball. Conway beat Stokes on his right. This time it's on his left. It's a genuine half volley. I don't think there's much the England captain could have done. That's just good placement again.
He wants him back. He wants him back.
Yeah, that's that sign from Stuart Broad was, I want you back. I want you deeper at mid-off, which enables me to bowl that length. I want to bowl fuller. I know Conway's not moving his feet into the ball, and that's my best opportunity. I just don't want to be going for 4.
Ooh. Tom Latham now, just trying to put Leach off. Just a touch. Haven't seen a lot of that from this New Zealand combination so far in this innings. Oh, he's pulling that away.
Leach has been on the money. I like the field Ben Stokes has set here. So Jack Leach has got the opportunity to, it's a 50 partnership between Conway and Latham. It's taken 23 overs, but it's been gritty, it's been determined, and it's been important for New Zealand. It's an excellent start.
Chance there. Conway's just starting to look a little more assured, Bondi. There's some telltale signs that he's feeling more comfortable playing those shots against Stuart Broad, but now also managing to work away from Jack Leach, not being pinned down like he was those first couple of overs after lunch. It's good signs for Conway.
It's good batting from you. This is almost in subcontinent. You have these in-out fields, men around the bat with boundary riders, and the reason is you can't get that loose shot, that shot that can that release for the boundary. There's still risks on working the one. You test your defence, but the most important thing for England is the run rate stays down, which means they've got control of the game.
It's nicely played, but there is cover there.
England will be able to settle Jack Leach down that end. Happy to go to 2 or 3 and over. There's enough in the wicket for him to get a wicket, but then they can rotate their quicks downwind from here. Also keeps Ben Stokes in the background, doesn't have to use him up as a resource from that far end.
It's the last ball of the over. 3 runs from that Leach over. It's 52 without loss. Stuart Broad, who was not impressed with his captain. Final ball of his last over, driven down the ground 4 by Devon Conway, past the outstretched Ben Stokes, and he said, I want you back. Not like the pop song, just in terms of fielding position. Stokes there on the bottom right of your screen as Broad charges in again.
Been movement for Stuart Broad, but generally it's when it's wider. So New Zealand are disciplined enough to leave the ball and it's not threatening. From that round the wicket angle when he's bowled in towards the stumps, it's almost been straight. That's enabled Conway just to lean on the ball and drive down the ground. So it's just trying to find that correct line where he gets a little bit of movement but makes the batsman play.
Again, that's left, straight through to Folkes. We saw Broad really toil away in New Zealand's first innings for no reward, and then came in and mopped up the tail with consummate ease. Not before taking a little bit of tap from Tim Southee.
It's remarkable. He ended up with 4 wickets, but you would have said he was poor yesterday.
Yeah.
Much better today. Robinson got no wickets and has been one of England's best, if not the best bowler and most consistent.
Yeah, looking at the bowling of each, you would have thought those figures could have easily been switched around. Robinson was certainly the most economical, but took no wickets, and then Broad taking another 4-for. It just feels like another day out for Stuart Broad, let's be honest. I don't think Robinson will be too far away here. England so well served because there's just enough difference in Anderson, Broad and Robinson. If you're mixing it up enough, as Ben Stokes likes to do, the picture's always changing. That's the delivery there for Broad.
The last 2 have been on the money. There's still a hint of swing. Latham's committed to play. Good bowling from Broad. Lovely seam position again. I think Latham could probably still leave that ball on length.
Oh, that one there. A fraction of an inch away from that edge of Latham's. 3 in a row from Broad, right on the money this.
The outswing, the movement. That's still 4.5 stumps, so Tom Latham is probably playing a touch wide, but it's the angle in towards the stumps that makes you feel like you have to play. It's the perfect line from Broad.
Doesn't Joe Root know that too? He was ready to celebrate. Has to see this one off, Tom Latham. Stuart Broad, last ball of the over. Oh, and that's clipped away. Gets the run. No maiden there. It's 53 without loss.
Catch! Oh, Pope.
Straight to Ollie Pope. That is a brave position. Really is. It's the kind of position where you say, no, I'm no good at catching. No one ever puts you under there. No, Rigger talks a lot about being put in that catching position.
Go, go, go.
It's a nice shot, clipped away. Genuine timing on the shot too from Latham. He loves that.
That's an excellent piece of cricket. You just feel like Conway and Latham are starting to get used to the pace of Jack Leach. Low risk option, shuffle down, get to the pitch of the ball. And again, timed and placed perfectly. I think because Tom Latham isn't sweeping, Pope's reasonably comfortable under there. It's when you get a player that gets the bat up and sweeps hard, it makes it a difficult position because number one factor is safety. You just think the bat's up, I'm going down. But because the sweep shot hasn't been employed, I think Pope's in a good position.
Oh, that has gone straight past the inside edge. Latham with a touch of flamboyance here, and Jack Leach gets enough turn. Latham is probably lucky to have missed this. He's missed it by some distance.
You'd argue that's a better line for Leach, but it's difficult to bowl there with no point and 6 men on the leg side.
It's a great battle, this. It really is. Straight to Pope again.
So that line straight. So it's an argument you can move your leg slip. Ben Stokes there across the point, backward point, and just move that line wider to Latham. See if he can turn one back through the gate.
Last ball of the over, just the 4 runs from that one. 26 gone here, 57 without loss. Last over, some broad brilliance really. Making the adjustments necessary. It's left by Conway. Here's Broad last over. Started wide. Coming across, Latham able to make sure he knew where his off stump was and then forced to play. That one past the bat. And that one just a little bit fuller, and that one went away. So that length that he was on for the first 5 deliveries, that's the length he wants to be at. That is a very interesting lead from Devon Conway.
Shades of Steve Smith with this carry on, isn't there? But that's bounced. Again, it's hit one of those divots on the pitch and it's taken off. I've seen Conway hit a couple of times on the hand. I mean, it's a reasonably fullish length, but the carry through again, that's gone through over waist high, carry to Folkes. Conway in the end lucky that the ball's not exactly on his body, on his hip, because that would have been a difficult one to play, particularly with the leg gully in place.
More bowling into Conway. Latham is looking for that outside edge. Here, it's a slightly different line.
Such clever bowling. Broad round the wicket. He's using the crease from round the wicket. This time he's a touch closer in. This one's nibbled back in, so he's got some seam movement back in. Saw that last over with Latham. 5 balls that went away, and then the last ball of the over, he bowled straight ball at the stumps for the LBW. So you can see the plan that Broad's working to. It's the skill to deliver it over a period of time. There's no doubt that this man has that.
moving away off the pitch this time. Conway playing it late with soft hands, and a good thing too. You can just see the batter's mind there and how the bat follows that delivery.
And it's easy to be critical and say that he shouldn't be playing it, that it's too wide. But because of the angles of broad and there's some seam movement back in, you tend to play as a batsman a touch wider than what you want to, because you don't want to let the ball go and get bowled. It's the challenges of this wicket. There is enough in it for the fast bowlers.
Lovely shot. This time 2 straight, 2 full. And it's been treated appropriately.
Almost an attempt of the same planned to Latham from the last over. The ball that comes back in for the LBW. It's a touch fuller and Conway pounces. A loose delivery. A good boundary for New Zealand.
The boundaries that have come after lunch have all been beautifully timed. Forward solidly to finish the over, 61 without loss.
Well, the wait for this first wicket in this New Zealand second innings continues. 27 overs in. Very good batting. Latham 34, Conway 27. Strike rates are down in the 30s, late 30s, but it's been gritty, it's been determined. They've put away loose balls, there's been some lovely shots, and the frustration grows for England. Noted absence of sweep shots against Jack Leach. Bearing in mind the dismissals in the first innings, that's been good. And these two, Latham and Conway, have judged it pretty much, not perfectly, but they've batted very solidly against the spin by and large. The odd nasty moment, the odd close shave, that's about it.
I think that last one feels a little bit closer to the line you'd like to see Leach operating on. Seen some definite turn from outside the off stump of the left-hander.
Yeah, watching him before lunch, he was too straight, too much from Midland leg. He just looked easier for the left-handers at that stage. Outside off stump, you bring all sorts of other things into the equation, which is good, should be good for him.
Oh, very good.
Especially to a Devon Conway. He's someone who is an excellent player, good player of spin as well, but it's the inside half of the bat that gets attacked. So if you are Jack Leach, that's where you're trying to draw him into defending offside, try and create a gap between bat and pad, attack that inside half of the bat.
Yeah, a good stride like that closes the gap. Because, like I said, because Leach doesn't really flight the ball any differently, ball after ball after ball, you don't get that opportunity to just try and beat someone in the air in the same way. It's so repetitive. .62 for none. Then, of course, you rely on batsman error, don't you? You're trying to create an opportunity for yourself as a bowler. Sometimes it works, sometimes you get the benefit of a mistake. I mean, again, just repeating, going back to those sweep shots in the first innings, defeated by the extra bounce, those are bonuses. Those are bonuses as a bowler. You can't say bowled for that specifically. That's all down to a batsman's decision as to a way of making or trying to make some runs. Frustration for England seamers has been evident. And they've had so many things go their way just in this series alone, both at Mount Maunganui with the ability to bowl under the lights with the pink ball. Here in the first innings, just opportunities seem to arrive almost by themselves. Wickets were taken. So it's the first time they've had to cope with a bit of resistance, first of all, and the fact that every now and again the ball does go past the bat without finding the edge. But having watched England in Pakistan on some very flat pitches much flatter than this one, you know, they had the resilience and the patience there to work their way through and win games, and there's still, of course, a lot of time left in this game.
Perhaps a little almost easier to deal with. You go to Pakistan, you expect the wickets to be flat. As a seamer, you expect to just be toiling away, that it's going to be a pretty hard slog. But it'd almost be more frustration building now because you're expecting to run through a team. It's still nibbling around enough that you would expect 28.1 overs. You'd have at least one wicket to show for it, maybe 3 or 4.
There'll be a couple, nicely played. Yeah, I think you're right. I think when you know there's something going on and you still can't get the breakthrough, it's a very different emotion for a bowler, for a captain even. And the other factor is you have to remember the other team is also playing this game. Get nothing given on a plate necessarily. You have your moments. Looking good today, a little soft underfoot after the various bits of rain and weather we've seen over the last few days. But looking good. Seen a few of those in this second innings when the ball has been pitched short. Ball shot has come out. Yeah, the bowlers' union together, looking at studs, looking at foot marks, foot holds. I love the old-fashioned cure. Put a bit of sawdust in there. And that should be, I mean, what happens, of course, is that ground staff will maybe repair footholds overnight. It depends how it's done, whether it's solid enough or slightly slippy. Run-ups are a different matter. They are a bit soft.
It's certainly been at different points greasy on top of the surface the last few days. Ground staff have done a power of work to make sure the ground is ready to go. But now what you get is just that soft, a slight soft feel to it. Legs are going to feel heavy come the end of the day. Noticeable bowlers' footmarks running in. through their run-ups. It just becomes disconcerting when that front foot starts sliding. It doesn't need to slide a long way, even just a fraction.
Good running, he'll keep the strike. 29 overs gone without a wicket, 66 for none. Yeah, I have to confess, it's not something that ever troubled me. The very obvious reason that if ever I was allowed to bowl, or had to bring myself on to bowl, it was in circumstances that were far from serious. And that a couple of steps and lobbing it into the air do not count as really bowling. So yes, the fast bowlers I've met and loved over the years, they all love a kick at a footmark, don't they? .66, no wickets down, 29 overs old this ball. There's still things happening out there. And the psychology is that England must believe that something's around the corner, and that if they get that first breakthrough, another one or two might follow quickly. Gone for it, he's gone wide of the long on, the man is out there. Not only has it gone wide of him, it's gone over him, and it's cleared the boundary into the bargain.
Well, had enough of being bowled to from Jack Leach. Conway, just a nice skip down the surface, and high and handsome over the rope. It's good intent shown and good execution as well from Conway. I think for Jack Leach, though, that's actually the area you want to be looking to bowl. That is that slightly outside off stump. The ability to get turn and bounce from that area. And that's why Devon Conway is almost going to try and hit him off that length, because that's where he doesn't want him. Whenever he's been a bit straighter, been easier to cope with, easier to defend and work the ball around. So if you're Jack Leach, that's an encouraging sign.
Lovely bowling, Leachy. Great work, Nut. Well done there, Nut. Brilliant, fellas. Yeah, mate, lovely, bud.
Little side note for you, this is now New Zealand's longest, I guess in terms of time overs spent at the crease in the series. Has that knock-on effect too, doesn't it? You know, the men coming in next feels very different.
Yes, Leachy.
For instance, if you're Kane Williamson having a poor series, you know, if it's one down for nothing and you walk in the crease, feels very, very different. The ball is 30 overs old. Different atmosphere. It's a good shot. Leach drops just a little bit too short, that's all it takes, but that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, that's a show of class from Devon Conway. It's deep in the crease, nice high elbow punch through the offside. That's what he's most known for, is his offside play. The ability to stay leg side of the ball, open up one half of the field. Good signs now for Conway.
Yeah, beautiful high hands too.
Oh!
Yeah, well bowled, bit fuller, but no joy from that one, I can promise you. 76 without loss.
From the RA Bandstand end, James Anderson.
Clouds in the distance, but no rain today as yet here in Wellington. comfortable conditions. Relatively gentle breezes today coming from the north as opposed to the last 2 days from the south. Lots of discussion, lots of input, it seems, from captain himself, from the various men that need to do the work for in the bowling department. All about fields, field positions, lines, lengths. Anderson is the next one to get a go. Get another go. 6 overs, number 14 so far. Actually, between the three of them, Anderson, Broad and Robinson, there have been signs of disgruntlement.
I'd imagine that's only going to continue if they can't pick up a wicket. The feeling of you've enforced the follow on, managed to mop up the tail reasonably quickly, new ball in hand, would have been the expectation, mainly from those gentlemen themselves, picking up wickets.
Yeah, it's the first time in the game that the new ball hasn't produced a little flurry of wickets. Legend has it, of course, this pitch does die a bit, does flatten out as a 5-day game progresses. But having said that, we've all been watching the last 30 overs and one ball. We've seen various bounce more, we've seen various seam, we've seen a little bit of swing, not so much. There's been enough going on there to suggest that at some stage a wicket should have gone. But which is why, as you said quite rightly, Frankie, the frustration builds because you think you should be getting wickets. It's not as though it's just an absolute flat road. Big shout, big shout. Shake of the head. An acceptance that the shout was optimistic.
That just further executes the point, really. There's still enough there. There's still more than enough in the surface with the ball. Getting it in the right areas. There's seam, there's bounce on offer. A little inside edge on that occasion, helping Devon Conway out, but that feeling that there's still the chance if you're England, you can very quickly pick up a couple. It's just that, how do you make that first breakthrough? When does that come? Can you keep that patience? Can you keep just putting it in the right place? I don't think I'd ever accuse them of waiting for something to happen. I don't think that's the way that Ben Stokes' England side go about things, but that ability, how do you try and force something to happen, create something, or are you happy to just sit and wait and know that because of conditions, one could very quickly bring two, maybe three or four?
Oh, well, that was nearly the moment. Finds the edge. Won't do Jimmy Anderson's mental stability any good. He finds the edge. Thoughtful, pensive Anderson on his way back. Got a long way to come down, hasn't he? Zach Crawley from that height of his. It's debatable, that one, whether it was just carrying. What's true, though, is he didn't get his hands under the ball. Yeah, it's moments like that you need to grab the chance, literally.
Yeah, well, then even in this over, the first one beat him on the inside edge, ball seaming back in, then the ability to take the ball away, and see Conway, soft hands saves him. Possibly just falling short, but that might be being kind.
I'm sorry, that just carried in my book. Oh, playing a miss. So it's, yeah, suddenly an over where things are happening, where you've got what I would call a chance, maybe harshly, but I'd call it a chance. Playing a miss. Still none down, though. 81 for none.
And that's where, if you are England, the method is there, the ability is there. You just have to keep waiting for something to go your way, because if you are able to pick up a wicket at the moment, next player comes out, Kane Williamson. not been flush for runs as of lately. You've got Will Young back into the side, then you've got Henry Nicholls, short of runs as well. It still has that real feel about it, that even though we are seeing it, yes, it's flattening out a touch, batting looks easier, it's definitely a much improved effort from New Zealand. There still has to be that belief from the England side, and there's still probably a little concern from the New Zealand dressing room that things could quite quickly change.
Yeah, one thing I was going to add just now is, as a bowling side, yes, you know there's something there for you. So you can change little things, lines, lengths, just to try and get the optimum delivery up the other end. From a batting point of view, we always forget, or tend to forget sometimes, it's a human game. Human error can come into it. And I'm going to give both Latham and Conway full credit for the way they've stuck to it. And that nick in the previous over from Anderson kind of proof of that, because good delivery, just shaping away. And even though Conway's been there for what, 130 minutes at that stage, you get nibbling at it.
Nice bowling, Leacher. Volley there, bud.
Well, what he did well, Conway, there is he made one mistake and not two. The first mistake, he followed it with the hands ever so slightly, but he didn't make the second mistake of pushing the hands at it, pushing it through it.
Yes, Jim, brilliant, Jim.
And so a decision-making error happened, but it ended up not being a critical mistake because he didn't make the second part of that mistake, and that is that the hands continue to get away from you. There's a hardness to the hands that mean that edge flies through at a comfortable catching height.
Oh, yeah, no.
And that even sometimes can just be enough to show you fortunes are changing. Sometimes you only need to make half a mistake and that's the end of your day.
I'm sorry, I'm going to say it again. I would try something different here. Leach is just repeating time after time. Same pace, same lines pretty much. I would give Root a go just to throw it up into the air. Got two left-handers there, turning the ball away from the left-handers. 81 without loss. When you ask the question, what can England do? Well, you can explore all options. You'll always back your best options, especially when things are happening. So that's why you'll back Anderson, Robinson, Broad. Leach is obviously front line. But you do have other options. Stokes, of course, can always bowl himself at some stage. He's normally, it's normally pull the emergency cord and send for Stokes. But Root is a perfectly good option. Now, having seen what Anderson did in the previous over, fine. Keep him going for a burst. But my suggestion, I'll put this in the suggestions box, is just a change of spinner just for a while. See what happens.
That often becomes the matchup, doesn't it? Right arm off spinner, two left-handers at the crease. That's what you want to see, the ball turning away. And he is actually someone who we've talked about, Jack Leach, and maybe his slight resistance to wanting to vary his pace drastically, vary his plan of attack. Joe Root is someone who will do that. He's definitely prepared to give the ball a bit of air, bowl the odd quicker one, vary the lines and lengths to find what could be successful. And perhaps that is the method to go with when you've got two batters now who they're well set, looking reasonably comfortable. It allows you then to keep your seamers operating at the pavilion end currently, as James Anderson is. You can continue to attack with them, have catches in place, and just trust in them to back their skills and bowl in good areas. And there's enough on the surface that perhaps that'll get the job done anyway. But maybe it's that little roll of the dice with Joe Root. And I mean, Ben Stokes is a good ace to have in your back pocket as well. He is the kind of cricketer that just is able to make things happen. That's probably the best way I could describe him. A little bit of a golden arm.
Yes, it's the reputation. You see him come on, you know that he's going to put everything into it because that's the way he is. So you're actually batting against as much the physicality of the ball that comes out of the hand. You're batting against the reputation, which is, you know, Stokes as a partnership breaker, as you say, a man who makes things happen. England always have encouragement from the Auda. The trumpet, that restored trumpet, is in full flow in the background.
Yeah, there are just some cricketers you play with, though. They just have the knack of picking up wickets. Everyone who's ever played the game will immediately be able to think of someone they played with who wasn't necessarily the best bowler in the side, but just had the knack. If anyone was going to bowl a loosener and have it chopped on, or find a way that someone nicks off to short and wide, there's always one in every team.
Well, it's a maiden, 81, still without loss. Just a few attempts now and again to force the pace. Just very watchful, full of concentration. Didn't quite get there. Made the adjustment that was required though, just nudges, pushes it away to deep square leg.
Very nice, Matt. Good in, mate. Effing nutty. Go!
Shouts of frustration. Wasn't quite what was intended, I don't think, by Devon Conway, but you cannot have fielders everywhere. You can't cope with absolutely everything. Slightly false shot, but nothing to be concerned about as such. He didn't get there again a second time that, or between them, they've not quite got there, Latham and Conway. Every now and again, Jack Leach will take pace off the ball, but it's so rare. That average 85, you look at the each and every over, it's 84, 85 pretty much all the time. As was that, 86 kilometres per hour. So, 34 overs into this New Zealand second innings, following on. It's 84, still without loss. Another hour goes by and the drinks come on.
Powerade, hydrating the Black Caps.
No doubt.
Colours for your team, either, of course, the Black Caps or Barmy Army merchandise available too. And looking further afield, all Test cricket here at the Challow Basin Reserve, 17 through 21 March. The Black Caps take on Sri Lanka. We look forward to hosting the Sri Lankans here for that Test match. It'll be the second of the series of 2 matches after the teams compete at Hagley Oval in Christchurch.
Welcome back to the Challow Basin Reserve, where New Zealand are in good shape here. In comparison with the rest of this match, 84 without loss. It's a good opening partnership. Latham on 40 from 105 balls. Conway, 44 from 99. Run rate 2.47. They've been challenged. They've seen off that challenge, and they've started to play shots, the pair of them. And some of them absolutely delightful. Mike Richardson joining us in commentary. It's been a good stand.
Yeah, and for Conway in particular, probably the hardest 10 runs he's got in an innings, I reckon. And they've toiled away, all of a sudden having to experience some resistance. Jack Leach looks to be in good rhythm, stuck at that line where he's looking to catch around the corner. I'd like to see him maybe bring it slightly more offside and more of an attacking line. Robinson tight as always, but New Zealand are doing what's been lacking in this series so far, and that's just grit your teeth and apply yourself and try your best to just blunt off a very, very good bowling attack.
We spoke about it earlier this morning with the likes of Conway and Latham, and those chances to get the pair usually in the first couple of overs they face, where they're a little tentative around the line of delivery, especially from bowlers like Anderson. Robinson's been good again, he's been economical, still hasn't taken a wicket in this test, but given his records, I'm sure if he continues on this path, the wickets will come his way. It is James Anderson to continue, bowling with a slight breeze at the back, but nothing of note here in Wellington today. Having a conversation with Ollie Robinson. Bit of a laundry bill too, which just suggests the water that's been around and how heavy this outfield is at the Basin Reserve after rain last night, and that's cut nicely. Beautifully timed, should run away across the block and just reaches the Toblerones ahead of the chasing Ben Stokes.
Yeah, this is good here from Latham because it wasn't that short, not that wide, but he's been prepared to actually go after it. It was there to try to hit too. So often first ball, say in a new session, or because it's after the drinks break, new bowler, you can sometimes just let that one go through, have a look at it. But I think it was a good positive shot. So he's one away from 5,000 test runs now. Tom Latham, tremendous achievement that for a New Zealand cricketer.
Harry Brook is going to seek some attention from the medic. Hopefully nothing too serious. It's been in such wonderful touch. Dan Lawrence taking over for Brook. No run there. Yeah, one away. Just 6 New Zealanders have reached 5,000 test runs. Kane Williamson, Ross Taylor, Brendan McCullum, all players Latham has played with. John Wright, Stephen Fleming, and the late Martin Crowe.
Just the greats, New Zealand cricket.
Edge! Was that dropped or did that land just before him? It would be something incredible if Pope's put this one down, considering some of the catches he's taken.
Tried his best to keep it down, angled it down, it didn't carry. But we were doing our best there, Scotty, to put the mockers on him.
Oh. It's been a tough day already. Wouldn't have lived that one down. Forward and well organised.
Well, he looked good in the second innings at the Mount until he got out. I thought he looked really good in the first innings until he made an error of strategy and judgment when he tried the silly little shot, which he didn't need to do. You just got to have faith as a player that, all right, I'm batting all right.
Clipped away nicely, just the one, but one is enough. Tom Latham brings up 5,000 test runs for New Zealand, the 7th Kiwi to do so. That is some achievement for Tom Latham.
Do you reckon he knows?
Not a chance.
Conway doesn't, because he's just...
Tom Latham has just brought up 5,000 runs in Test cricket.
He's going to know now.
Oh, the crowd has been informed. Tom Latham has still got the hand on hip and does not see fit to even acknowledge this milestone. That will be for another time.
89 without loss. It would look a bit strange if you ran around the ground with your bat up as if you're celebrating like 100.
I know some cricketers who probably would. A couple of names spring to mind.
Big David Warner leap and punch would look a bit odd.
Doing a lap of honour, signing autographs. Just hold up. There it is. Tom Latham, 5,000 test runs. Amazing. Simply amazing. He is right up there among the greats. Tom Latham's still got plenty of time to add too to this tally.
Yeah, and it's significant because to get to 5,000 runs for a New Zealander, because New Zealand unfortunately does not play as many test matches as England and near Australia. Maybe it's equivalent of 10,000 for England, let's say.
Leach is taking his merry time here. Finally begins his run-up. Such that it is. I really admire Tom Latham. Even once the crowd were made aware of the milestone and the applause were ringing out around the Basin Reserve, his focus solely on this test, on this innings, on the next delivery, and that is a great quality. It is a fantastic achievement. As we mentioned, very few have got past that mark before for New Zealand. And even so, it just shows his commitment to the cause here. And that deserves to be congratulated in some ways more than the 5,000 runs. Head in the job. Or perhaps it just illustrates why he's got to 5,000 runs, that ability to stay focused, stay in the game. One's tickled behind squares, cover there, and running around. Leg by's called.
Well, to me, he's a player who has the ability to formulate a plan in his mind and then stick to that. ball after ball, commit to his plan. Do that a long period of time. It's also a player I think hasn't tried to change too much, just get better at what he does. I don't think his game has changed dramatically since the minute he went out to bat for New Zealand. He's just got better, more selective, more accurate.
Quick single taken. And that's the end of the over, 91 without loss. I feel it's been one of the differences in this innings too. With his partnership of note, they've been lacking the series, but the ability for both of these batters to take the single on offer and to rotate the strike, something we saw England do with great proficiency in the first innings here at the Basin. That to me just shows there's a more positive outlook, even though the situation looks dire, to go out there and still be positive. Looking over the capital city here, clouds still hanging low, but there have been brief moments where the sun has peeked through the gaps in the low-hanging clouds. No rain, which is great. None forecast, which is better. Anderson. Wicket to wicket, 3 slips in.
These two are doing wonders not only for themselves and what New Zealand needed, doing wonders for the middle order. When you come out with 100 on the board and a tired bowling attack who don't have their tails up, you're batting at 4 or 5 and it's not 3 for 20, it makes a big difference.
It's a crucial partnership in terms of New Zealand's openers anyway. They needed to put some runs on the board. It hasn't been a strength, a strong suit. There's Leach this innings. And that's his sweet spot between that 83 and 87 k's per hour. The accuracy's there. Very little variation in pace. And I think Ben Stokes must know that these two in the middle at the moment have got his number, Jack Leach. That's why, but left alone.
Yeah, I don't think lots of variation is his thing, and if it's not his thing, then don't ask him all of a sudden to loop some up and then bowl. He's a bloke who just bowls a lot of balls and he'll do his job at one end. And if you want some variation, rather than ask it from Leach, just a few overs from Joe Root. Change things up, 3 overs, and then just bring Leach back.
Well, he's got an important job to do to keep one end ticking over, and so Stokes can rotate his pacement. I think that's the key job.
Well, what you want now is the pitch starts to flatten off as shorter spells with more intensity. So that the quicks have got to get up and hit the pitch hard. Once the pitch flattens off and you get tired, and if you think, well, I'll just get Sutham overs at 80%, 90%, you'll get whacked.
Hand off the bat. That's quintessential Conway, that. Helped it around the corner. I love watching Anderson walk to the top of his mark. He walks as though at any moment he might just keep walking. There he is. Yeah.
Well, I think it's because you know where the players come off, because he doesn't walk straight back to his mark. He's heading towards the player's dugout.
Always there for a chat. You just feel it's so relaxed and laconic. You just think maybe one day he's just going to drop the ball and keep going. There's an appeal. I think that's hit him outside the line. So the appeal rather died away. It's 93 without loss.
That would be the way for a great fast bowler to leave the game. Rather than maybe announce your retirement, complete the game, I reckon you get through your You get through to 15.4 overs, and then you just walk up to the skipper and you give him the ball and you say, you know what? I've had enough.
Like Forrest Gump when he finally stops running. Pretty tired now. Well, you and DG have got your wish, Mark Richardson, because Joe Root has been inserted into the attack.
Now, without a word of a lie, you won't believe me. I didn't see him warming up.
Don't expect me to have seen it. Saw it warming up yesterday. Bit of intrigue here, and I think it would be fair to say that Conway and Latham will see this as a victory. They will say, well, we've got through what you've dished up, we've got through your plan, we've worked through to lunch, we're 37 overs deep, and we've forced you to change what you're doing, and that is a win.
Yeah, a really good point, Scotty, and I think that's part of the process of batting for a long time. You've got to reward yourself every now and then. You've got to just in the back of your mind go, you know what, well done. Little plus for me in the achievement column.
That is a genuine loosener from Joe Root. Tom Latham wasn't going to go after that first delivery.
Turned.
It did. Got point right back on the boundary.
Oh, yes, 3-2, class 3-2.
One slip in.
What I like with Root's bowling to the left-handers is he generates a huge angle. Bowls from very wide of the crease.
Oh, that's lovely. That
Good turn and bounce from Joe Root.
And in creating this big angle, just have a look where his front foot is. A big angle, and then if he turns it, you got to deal with two angles.
A flat bat swat that. They take the single.
Well, he chose to try to hit that into the onside. It was so wide of the off stump. It was very short. Well, actually, I can see why, because it's a deep point. So the thinking was hit that through the onside, you could pick up 4.
Oh, yeah, mate, love that, bud. Come here, fellas.
That silly mid-off is the silliest of mid-offs. Oh. It's very close, Ollie Pope. And that's the end of the over for Joe Root. It's 94 for none. James Anderson bowling to Latham, 3 slips in.
Right on.
Oh, and he goes after that, straight to point. No run there.
Disappointing. That was 50. That was in Latham's wheelhouse. He likes to play that. It's a half back foot drive, half cut. Controls it pretty well. He only had to beat backward point. He had 4. There's no real gully. 3 slips and a fairly tight backward point.
Right.
getting on that back foot, getting on top of the bounce from James Anderson. No sign of this pitch losing its bounce. Still plenty in it.
No, it'll just get a bit more placid with the older ball. I'm interested in what the I don't know, the scuffs, the scalloping, the ball has taken the grass out.
That one is edgy, and again it's fielded, just the single.
He's good in those positions, Duckett. I have seen the odd ball jump, and I'm thinking it's jumping because of, you go out there and you can actually see them when you look down the line, even from as far away as we are. You see the little tough marks where the ball is just taking grass out. Now, I think we've seen the odd ball lift off a length, and it's because of that.
Pulled beautifully. That is a lovely shot. Conway so quickly onto it.
Gee, out of the box, this one. He often gets very tied up on this sort of line, and then boom, he's just played a fantastic pull shot. Bit of a good illustration here of why you do the hard yards early.
I don't know if that was James Anderson just wiping the hand on the back of the pants or actually clasping a hamstring after that shot from Conway, who just uncoiled himself. He is deep in thought, James Anderson. He would have seen situations like this so many times. He understands the fight and the determination in this New Zealand side. As the sun comes out in full force here at a chock-a-block Basin Reserve. It's 99 for none.
He's not happy, is he? I think that's what most fast bowlers are like when they're not picking up wickets. He's gone for the hammy.
Yeah, just noticed that. Players were running through. I don't think it's anything too serious, but it may be a case where Anderson's going to have to be watchful of that. Neither he nor Broad have looked happy about the conditions since this innings started. And James Anderson maybe just feeling a little bit of the pinch here. He's got through 11 overs.
Well, it's the ideal what New Zealand want. Now you've got two opening bowlers probably looking at the skipper going, why did you follow on? Why did you force the follow on? It's hard work out here.
Chris Gaffney standing in this test. Joe Root in the southern end. The Adelaide Road end of the ground here at the Basin. It's turned out to be quite delightful here in the afternoon. A very monochromatic start to the day. Oh, and that is hit. It was in the air for some time. And that will be ever closer to that 50 mark. And 100 partnership on the board.
And also one of the finest recoveries in commentary that you'll hear today.
Second guessing myself now. I don't even know what's live and what's not.
Conway's on 49. Latham's on 48.
Some days it's not your day.
Got a player there at point. So I don't know what you'd call it. It's sort of a three-quarter point. But it's for that cut shot that goes in the air.
A number of non-traditional fielding positions in this test match as Ben Stokes just rattles through every option available to him.
Which the bounce you see that he's interested in. And if it does bounce, it will go through there in the air. Hard to control.
Good ball to finish. Challenging again from Root, 100 without loss.
turn.
Lee Robinson now back into the attack. There is the Brains Trust. 3 pacemen alongside Captain Ben Stokes. We call him seam option as well. He hasn't bowled in this test. The third 100-run stand between these two, Latham and Conway. Just the 5th time past 100 for opening partnerships for New Zealand in the last 24 innings. Nicely played. Get a couple there. Good running between the wickets. And that is another 50 for Tom Latham. Test 50, 26.
Yeah, I think he's had to show a little bit of personal faith. He's played very, very well. He was playing well 2 innings ago. He didn't get many, but he looked to be in reasonable touch. The right mindset, and then played well, I thought, in the first innings. Threw it away a bit.
Again it's edged, again it's through, and this should run away to the 3rd boundary for 4. It does. Just a few cracks opening up here for Ben Stokes and his men. Talked a lot about when you're hot, things just fall your way. That has not been the case today. Things have fallen just short on a number of occasions.
Yeah, he hasn't pushed, though. He hasn't pushed it, and the angle of the bat is down, so it's good defensive technique. But what he has shown in this innings, I think, is just a bit of belief that things aren't so dire. Don't panic. You're still okay. You can still score runs in Test cricket.
Pulled, it was short, it was there. Latham won't let that go through to the keeper. Wonderful shot.
Yeah, brilliantly controlled this all the way along the ground. A long way in front.
Well, suddenly it's 10 off the over. First 3 balls of Robinson's over. And the body language just shifting slightly out there for England, just slightly. Still well ahead in this test.
Yeah, you can sense a bit of frustration. It's probably born on the fact that they've had things come easy to them. The last test, I mean, they've earned it. They've bowled really, really well. But you could say that they haven't had to work, and now they've got to work. They've done it before. I mean, it's just a body language thing. They're still going to work pretty hard out there.
They do. And they are.
Yeah, they will. And the other thing for the skipper is there's so much time left in the game. You know, wickets generally come in clumps. You expect in these conditions for a side with the batting strength of New Zealand to a partnership to develop. You don't need to worry too much with the amount of time in the game if once New Zealand goes past your score.
Well, there is pressure on Stokes because Robinson, and again, he was the man who made the call. He put New Zealand back into bat, and it's 110, and they have not lost a wicket.
It's got some nice curve on it, has Joe Root. There is a hint of turn. Turning the ball away from the two left-handers for New Zealand. And he does that turn there, that's nice. Angling into the left-hander, then turning away. Trying to entice Devon Conway to get on the front foot and drive and bring slip into play. Gonna pick up a single, which will bring up Test 50 number 7 for Devon Conway at his home ground, the Basin Reserve. It's been gritty, but it's been much needed for New Zealand. It's been an excellent innings.
And much needed for the New Zealand side as well. 50 on his home ground, ground he knows well, had a lot of success at. And he's been brilliant today, patient, let the ball come. And when he's got the odd bad ball to pick off, he's been able to do so.
It's cut away by Latham, very nicely behind point. Run away for 4, just a little bit of width. Tom Latham is starting to accelerate.
Which is good signs for the New Zealand side. I like the fact that when loose bowling is being produced by this English side, that the New Zealanders are capitalising on it. That'll only continue to add to the frustration of the England side, the England bowlers. Things not going all their way this innings.
Turn and bounce, in the 115 without loss. New Zealand trail by 111. They're making a good chunk into that deficit. Latham and Conway still at the top, still at the crease for New Zealand. Solid in defence. Tom Latham's been excellent this innings. Anything short, he's latched onto a couple of lovely cover drives. He's been disciplined, he's left well, and when he's been given a scoring opportunity, he's made the most of it. He's gone past 5,000 test runs, becoming the 7th New Zealand player to do that. It's a significant milestone for the left-hander.
.50 for Devon Conway as well. Excellent opening stand, 115 and counting. It's measured down the ground. Played the ball nice and late, as always. Excellent off his pads. Was prepared to take Jack Leach on off the front and the back foot. He's just been able to score all around the ground, has Devon Conway. Been brilliant to watch. Patience has been cornerstone of that innings from Conway.
Well, both players have had to work really hard for their runs, haven't they? Great deal of concentration. That's what you expect from these two. They're setting the platform. New Zealand's still a long way behind the game, but they're actually making England work really hard here. And there will be some benefits of that perhaps later in the innings. Work has to be put in at the top. Or questions being posed. Ben Stokes to think over and how to use his bowlers. It's the third 100 opening partnership between these two left-handers. Despite both being left-handed, they're quite different players in terms of their scoring areas and how they go about batting, so they're a good combination.
Whilst it's only been the the third century stand between the two. They've often had the knack, if one misses out early, the other one's actually gone on to a big score as well, which is always a handy thing to have in an opening pair.
Discipline's been good outside the off stump. Wonder how long till we see the skipper Ben Stokes into the attack. Bit surprised that he hasn't rolled the arm over for a couple of overs before now. 5 bowlers used. Joe Root just the 3 overs. But yeah, I thought that Ben Stokes on the surface with some help could have been a real handful.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think the way that Jimmy Anderson's bowled post the lunch break has shown there's still enough there. I think he could bowl like that 115 without loss. He could bowl like that and comfortably have picked up 2 or 3 wickets on a different day. So you start to get that feeling as a side that things just aren't quite going your way, and that adds to a bit of the general frustration. But I think when you put your captain's hat on, you've got bowlers the quality of Broad, Robinson, Anderson, and there's still that ability to have the ball moving around off the surface. You just want to keep going back to them because you feel that it just has to happen at some point.
Yeah, I guess you feel that there's always a likelihood they're going to pick up a wicket. They're in the game. Jack Leach looks like he's back in the game. Going to replace Joe Root. He bowled just the 3 overs. Leach has bowled the 12 so far without success. I think he's bowled too straight. I think his line has been far too straight when there is some turn now in the surface. There's more questions to be asked wide of off stump, but his line has been very straight, and the field set that he's got right now would suggest that that's the continued line he's going to go with.
And I think he's just been a little bit one-dimensional around his pace as well. I think when you've got a surface that there is turn and bounce, you don't always necessarily as a player want to just sit on the crease and react to it. You want to be slightly proactive around that and how to get yourself into good positions. And it's hard to do that against a bowler who's varying their pace up and down.
That's a good area there. Latham has shown the ability to use his feet. There is a long on in place, but there is also a catcher who's between Latham and long on, looking for anything that's hit in the air. Fielder there, I think it's Jimmy Anderson. That's a bit of area there. That's not far away from poked. It's turned and it's bounced, and that is a dangerous delivery.
It's the bounce that really makes this tough to play. It's well done in the end from Tom Latham, able to ride the bounce, get the ball heading essentially straight down. It just looks as though there's some challenge once he gets outside that line of off stump. And also you get the ability for the ball that doesn't spin, all of a sudden that's the one that's attacking the outside half of the bat. I just think he looks a much more dangerous bowler, just that channel outside off stump.
Oh, lovely bowling, Leachy. Brilliant there, pal. There, bud. Go there, lads.
He adjusted really well with his hands. Got up and over top of the ball to get it down to ground quickly. Made that adjustment nicely, did Tom Latham.
Right on.
It's a different change of attack here for Leach, and it's a good one. He has gone to that wider area outside off stump. Length is so important. He's got no backward point, so can't afford to be too short. Well, there'll be some easy runs for Latham through that region. So the feet in the air, maybe put down. It was hit hard, it was low, but I have a feeling it might have carried all the way to Leach and it's gone down. End of the over, 116 without loss.
just not quite getting to the pitch of it, Tom Latham, and yeah, that's perhaps just carried through to Jack Leach. Would have been a fantastic caught and bowled. Just extends the right hand out towards, and yes, it has. It has hit the palm of the hand and gone down.
Tough chance, you have to say that. The fact that Tom Latham hit it so hard saved him. So low to the ground, it was hit hard. It was a tough caught and bowled opportunity, but it was a chance and it's gone down. So it was a good over from Jack Leach. You can see on this shot here, he got the right hand down to it, bust through the fingers. It's short, pulled away. Will run away for 4. Nice from Latham, touch short from Robinson. Another boundary.
And that's just excellent batting once again from Latham. He had a couple of challenging deliveries in the last over, but that was a misdirected short ball from Robinson. And Latham pounces on it once again.
Ollie Robinson still looking for his first wicket in this match. Bowled nicely in the first innings, 12 overs, none for 31. Bowled a nice, tight couple of spells, but on this surface with this movement, it's a surprise not to see a couple of wickets in that column.
Yeah, it really is. He was one that we'd identified as could be a real handful on the surface, with the ability to bowl fuller length, the extra bounce that the basin offers, seam movement as well. And whilst on the whole, he's been pretty accurate. He's been there or thereabouts. He's been challenging through some spells. Just hasn't managed to pick up those wickets. Perhaps again has been a little touch on the short side, but hasn't bowled poorly. Just hasn't been able to find a way to get himself in amongst the wickets.
No, which I'm sure will be frustrating for him on a surface that has been helpful for all the fast bowlers. Coming around the wicket to Devon Conway now. 3 slips in play. That is beautifully bowled past the outside edge. Drew Conway into the drive.
That's just enough, isn't it, off the surface to beat the edge. It's again that fuller length that draws Conway into driving on the up, ball going away from him. You just feel the way that Robinson's bowled on another day. He's another one, could comfortably be sitting on a couple of wickets next to his name.
I just feel that there's been lots of pretty bowling on the surface with bounce, but not enough bowling in areas that's really demanding of the decision making of both Latham and Conway. That fuller length that went past the outside edge 2 deliveries ago is where you have to hang and be prepared to be driven and stay for a period of time, because there will be a reward somewhere. This one down the leg side, well taken by Ben Foakes. 121 without loss.
That's perhaps what's intrigued me a little bit, is they've got a big lead, they've enforced the follow on. It's not as though they need to be concerned with leaking runs, and that's often where teams go away from the plan of trying to pitch the ball up and get it to nibble around as they get driven a few times and they get a little bit gun shy. But actually you wouldn't expect that from this English side. Some very experienced players in it, and also runs to play with. And allow yourself to just get up there, allow yourself to be driven down the ground.
Good advice for Ben Stokes coming from his wicketkeeper. Former captain, Joe Root as well. So you feel like up until this point through the session, it's the first time New Zealand have actually owned a session, been on top throughout this whole series. It's really been dominated by England for a large majority, but Latham and Conway doing an excellent job here for New Zealand. He's having a chat with Jack Leach, just making sure that they're confirmed and have the right plan. Changing the field, it's an interesting one. Had a man behind point who's now come in front, so almost a square cover, 3/4 back, and there is a point behind. So that suggests that perhaps he's going to continue with that wider line, but wants some protection on the offside as well. Still left the gap open at cover, which I don't mind. Latham wants to try and hit through there off the front foot. Brings back pad into play, also brings bold if the ball does grip a touch.
Oh, nice, mate, nice, bud.
It's a very wide line.
Nice, early cheat.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. That bounce again, forcing Latham to try and take the hand off the bat.
Yeah, if you're Jack Leach, that's what you're searching for. Turn, bounce, taking the inside edge, the gloves.
Latham on the move, and I think that's because of the danger of the area that Jack Leach is in. Latham wants to try and smother it and use his feet.
That's where, to me, those pace changes are key. If that's the way that Tom Latham wants to play is get out of jail, take that length away.
Oh, he's on the sweep for the first time this innings as well.
Then I think as soon as you can start mixing that pace up and down, but keeping your element of control, so it's still landing the ball in the same place, it's still the ability to attack same length. That's what will make him dangerous. He should be encouraged here. He's seen Latham use his feet, not quite get to the pitch of it, then go on to the sweep, be done by the bounce out of the surface. And Tom Latham's a good player of spin as well.
Oh, use of the feet again. This is good from Leach. Just feel that this battle's just changed now, and all of a sudden there's a bit of momentum with the left arm spinner.
Yeah, that's better. It's good from Leach. Ball before 82 kilometres, this one up to 87. Starting to get a little bit of variation now.
Oh, that's pulled away. That's crunched for 4. Touch short. Good way for Latham to finish the over. It was a good one from Leach, 125 without loss. Well, it was an excellent over to that final delivery. He'll be disappointed with that miss. Ooh, Ollie Pope was in serious danger there for a second. Ben Duckett didn't have far to go, but it was hit so hard by Latham that he had no chance of cutting that off. That's where Latham's been very good. When England have missed, he's hurt them. In between, he's had a solid defence. It's been good batting.
From the RA Vance stand in, Joe Root.
Joe Root's going to change ends, come from the RA Vance stand in. Got the 3 overs, cost of 7 runs. It's getting to that time, isn't it, before the tea break, about 10 minutes before end of the session. So quite often the time when a part-timer as such comes on and bowls a few overs. England would love to take a wicket with them to the break.
Go!
There's a bit of turn as well. Nice and full from Root. Conway has to be careful on the drive.
Brilliant,
Ollie Pope's in sniffing under his nose as well, and very tight.
Oh, lovely routine.
Interesting that no one back on the leg side. Three fielders on the leg side, and they're all up inside the circle. There is protection on the offside. Deep cover point, being ducked out. Giving some protection for Joe Root. Slip and a silly mid-off in play. And that's slashed out to that man. Just the single.
I actually quite like the fact they haven't gone leg side protection as well. But they've left that open. That's almost the tempter. Two players who are decent sweepers of the ball, getting close to the tee break, saying if you want four, you can have it, but there is a little bit of risk that comes with it.
Interesting, no man under the lid. Ollie Pope's been pushed back there. No short leg, no silly mid-off. So there's perhaps not as much pressure on Latham's defensive stroke. Interesting position where Ollie Pope is right there. Almost there for a slash. Square drive that perhaps goes in the air. Left alone. End of Joe Root's fourth over, 126 without loss. Always feel as a partnership that you're winning the battle when those attacking fielders get pulled away, which is excellent for Latham and Conway. They have to take heart from that. Have to see that as a win. The old scoreboard here at the Basin Reserve. Roughly saying 6 minutes to the tea break. Nicely bowled, just a hint. Turn for Leach, he wants to keep dragging Conway forward if he can. Find that length that forces Conway to come forward, bat and pad. Hope for a little bit of turn and bounce. It might bring that inside edge into play. No, that's too easy off the back foot. Just to punch down the ground for one.
Just a miss there from Leach. The first 5 balls of the last over to Latham were great. Felt a sense of pressure building. Almost felt like he was starting to get ahead in the battle, and then just last ball of that over released all the pressure. And he hasn't been able to find that same area, that same consistency so far through these 3 balls.
Oh, use of the feet. Ollie Pope, so good in that position. Picked it up and flicked it back. It was never going to hit the stumps, but impressive piece of work.
That is quite incredible. The anticipation goes in the right hand and then flicks it back. Doesn't quite go to plan, but it's out of the hand quickly.
The thought was right. Process left a little bit to be desired, but impressive. So see Latham and Conway using the depth of the crease, which is really important from a batting point of view, that you don't get stuck just pushing forward. You can actually use the depth of the crease, get back on your stumps, which is important as well. Go! It's nicely bowled and well played. Just the one from the Jack Leach over, 127 without loss. Final over, you would think, before the tea break. And the second session finishes. 1 over left for Conway and Latham to get through. It's been a good session for New Zealand. They trail now by 99. It's always a dangerous time. I found, Frankie, when you're batting and there's only an over or two before the break. It's in your mind, you're thinking about it. It's so easy to make a mistake and just be a little bit negative.
Oh, that's routine.
Absolutely it is. It just starts to sit at the back of your mind. Tom Latham, he's in the best spot possible at the moment at the non-striker's end. That's where you want to be camped.
Changing the field, Ollie Pope puts the helmet back on, jumps into silly mid-off. 2 catches at cover waiting. Oh, it's floated up. I think it's come off Ollie Pope and close, maybe off the shin guards, and gone out to deep cover for just a single. I think it took a deflection here. Yeah, off the toe, the right toe. Took a little bit of pace off it. Conway apologised as he's running down, taking the single.
Nice, buddy, nice, buddy.
Another change in the field. Ben Stokes coming into a second slip. Chopping and changing, making the batters wait in this final over. Oh, that's gripped and turned, hasn't it? That's a nice delivery from Ruth.
That is turn. That is sharp turn as well.
Well played on the back foot in defence. And time will be called here at the Basin Reserve, the end of the second session that belongs to New Zealand. New Zealand openers have batted right through this whole session, faced 30 overs for 88 runs, but the key, most important thing for New Zealand is that 0 in the wickets column. Conway his 7th Test match 50, 53 from 140, and the 5 bowlers have been used, including the 2 spinners, Jack Leach and Joe Root. No sign of Ben Stokes, the England captain, yet, but it's been all New Zealand in the second session. So, summary of where this match stands: England 435 for 8, New Zealand 209. Follow on was enforced by England, and New Zealand have made an excellent start to their second innings. They're 128 without loss, and they're still behind and trail by 98 runs.
Devon Conway faces up. Ben Stokes to take up the attack from the Adelaide Road end. A very calm afternoon here at the Basin Reserve. Short ball to start. And that's been wided by Chris Gaffney. Ironic applause around the ground. That might be the last one he gets to bowl this over. Might see a fair bit of short stuff from Ben Stokes here. A man right back on the square leg boundary. Mid-wicket's back as well. Quite an interesting set up there. Short one again. This one is deemed okay.
That's the 2 for the over. And only 1 ball in. That's the short ball plan for Ben Stokes, but now it's got to be shoulder high and below.
It's a no ball. Ben Stokes says, I know I've had my 2, but I don't care. I'm going again. Rather disdainful of the balls of the game, Ben Stokes there. I think just eager to lay down a bit of territory. Good jazz hand from Chris Gaffney. And that's a charge. No, for short. Just short. Crawling at fine leg. I don't think he picked it up at all. Don't think it was a chance, really.
That's middle. That's 2. Yeah, that's off stuff.
Stokes will probably feel that he can take some credit here. Intentionally bowling for that. Well, there's a hint of intrigue about this from Stokes. What is an umpire's role here? If a player is intentionally saying, I don't care. There's a long way over the top of Latham's head.
Change of the field now. I think represents change in plan. And the 2 slips come into play. Still a deep fine leg, top left of screen. Exhausted all the short ball options so far has Ben Stokes.
Nicely punched. It's just stopped enough, so keeps it to 1. That was an intriguing first 4 balls of the over from Ben Stokes. Really was. Wide to start, then another short ball, the second of the over, a no ball the third. Another no ball on the over.
It's one way if you're New Zealand for that short ball plan to not last too long. Every time Ben Stokes runs in and bowls an over, it's going to take him 9 or so deliveries to get through it. I would imagine it will be a short-lived plan.
You can understand he was looking to draw the shot, and he did create a half chance. The ball was tackled down to fine leg, but ultimately it's exhausting on the bowler. And again, it's stopped at cover. Could have been a lot more in the shot.
That's just good positions Conway's getting himself into. There's been a couple of great pieces of fielding in the cover region. It's meant they've just been singles, but good signs for the New Zealand side once again. Good start after the tea break.
Just punched, and there's no run there. And Stokes is down on his knee because a 9 ball over takes it out of a man. 134 without loss. Ben Stokes emerged from tee with an unorthodox plan to bowl the short ball, and he bowled plenty of them, so many in fact that the over took 9 balls to finish. No ball twice, a wide to start, and then he's pulled up lame with that bothersome knee. And Ben Stokes might be one and done here. Jack Leach straight back in. The intrigue for me, Frankie. It's good fielding in the deep brook, and they run with a 3. Straight past Pope, who looked slightly dejected, thought he was in again. This is good fielding ultimately. It was a long chase, and then just a hinty there again of just conditions. Conditions haven't improved a lot in the outfit. It's still a bit boggy. Highest opening partnership in the second innings in Wellington ever. New Zealand here. Oh, and a chance. Back to their more orthodox plan here, England. More to discuss about that Stokes over, which is going to be talked about and mulled over at some point, because it felt almost desperate from Ben Stokes. Flew in the face of warnings from the umpire. Really bizarre. Captain that we've given so much praise for his control. Seemingly lose it like that himself. Down the ground and just nicely clipped away.
Yeah, interesting. You wonder if perhaps got himself a little bit betwixt and between after the first one called wide. And that one, of course, still counts as one of the balls above the shoulder for the over. So you get 2 of them.
Yes, Leachy, very good there, buddy.
And so once you've had your 2 for the over, the next one's to be called and signalled no ball, which it was. You know, after that you get into official warnings for intimidatory bowling.
Very odd scenes, that's for sure.
Yeah, and so once you've had that warning from the umpire, which we believe that Ben Stokes was officially warned, that stands for the remainder of the innings. So then once those warnings are breached, you get 2 warnings, and if it happens on a third, then it'll mean he'll be suspended from the crease, can't bowl again for the rest of the innings. So there is intrigue about, that's for sure. 138 without loss. So it's an interesting time if you're barely warned twice for intimidatory bowling, and that's all the warnings you get. So if he toes that line, picks up that third warning, that's third and final. And that's no more bowling for Ben Stokes in this innings.
This is now the 3rd highest opening partnership at Wellington for any team. And there's another short ball. That's the first one for the over.
One for the over.
That's number 1. This is a good sport to be watching. The heretofore unadvertised battle between Ben Stokes and umpire Chris Gaffney. This was not on the card.
Game within a game.
No, that was short, but it was wide. Right in Latham's wheelhouse, that.
Well, that then becomes the danger as well. If you're only then getting the ball up to chest height, it becomes easy pickings for good players. And there's no protection out on that offside. They are all stationed leg side for the hook and the pull. So height only being chest high and too much width on offer means just easy runs for Latham.
Latham jumped up to hit that, and Gaffney may have been within his rights to call that a second for the over anyway.
Yeah.
It's more the length Stokes looking for. At least I think so.
Well, it's a little bit like the theory that New Zealanders will be very understanding of, because it's one that Neil Wagner's adopted for a long time. So it's the ability to have the 2 bounces and over that get up above shoulder height. And ideally those two, you want them getting up as close to the eye line as possible. And then it's the ability to almost be armpit, rib cage height in and around there.
Very loose from Ben Stokes. Just searching here. Just trying to bowl it into that deck as hard as he can. This is muscular bowling. And it's energy zapping too. Sapping, should I say. Swivels, pulls, and beautifully fielded. That is really sharp work from Jack Leach. Ben Duckett, sorry, beg your pardon. Worked his way around rapidly.
Jack Leach had claimed that though, that's for sure. Ben Duckett has been brilliant in the field for England today. He's been sent left and right. He's covered a heck of a lot of ground. I've seen him sprawled out across the turf multiple occasions. Definitely in the positives for runs saved today is Duckett.
Top of the shot again is Conway. Looks so good playing that shot out to Duckett. Bit of an action replay, and this might be another no ball. It is a front foot infringement this time from Ben Stokes. He's trying to make up for not bowling in the first innings by bowling as many balls as he can in his first 2 overs. It's a decent overstep as well. Got a few patrons who weren't quite ready for that no ball call and have moved behind the sight screen, but they seem to have cleared now and we can continue.
Yeah.
It's time Paulding again, some work to do on the boundary. Zach Crawley in the deep, and that's the end of the over. 148 minutes. Jack Leach continues into his 17th over today.
Nice,
and what you see is what you get with Jack Leach. Has been the story of his bowling throughout this test match. Right on the money, right on the spot. 87 k's an hour. Just enough turn, just enough bounce. Short leg in, and that leg slip as well. It's nicely tucked away.
There's still 3 catches around the bat, and there has been some assistance for Jack Leach. He's got the ball to bite out of the surface.
Catch! Do that now. Brilliant, bud.
Plenty of encouragement there for Jack Leach and the men around the bat. And that's the spot he's looking to bowl into. Outside the line of off stump. Dragging Conway across. Inside edge, gloves, bat pad.
Yes, mate. Love that.
High stakes in there for Devon Conway. Jack Leach searching. 3 wickets in the first innings. But you could argue there was a lot of unforced error.
Yes!
And each of those, and there's a chance, is it? Yes, it is. Surely it is. It's the same story for Jack Leach. Pope takes another, and New Zealand's first wicket falls. Devon Conway gone for 61.
On demand, Jack Leach. That's what we've been talking about. That's the line that his captain will have been willing him to bowl, get outside that line of off stump, and it's just the extra bounce that's afforded. Once again, it's a brilliant piece of fielding from Ollie Pope, and you see the dismay on Devon Conway's face. Much needed wicket for this English side. Conway goes for 61, and New Zealand lose their first at 149.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 248. Kane Williamson.
Kane Williamson, former captain, comes to the crease with Tom Latham. And these two have spent plenty of time together in the middle. But now, what an innings this must be from a man who has provided some of the finest in New Zealand Test history. That's the delivery, Frankie Mackay. We just talked about it. Conway couldn't control the bounce, popped it up for Pope. Always there, always willing, accepts with glee.
It always looked a good matchup to Conway. Jack Leach just had to get the line and length right. So Devon Conway felt as though he had to be defending towards the cover region. Because of the way he's got a slightly closed bat face, slightly hooded, it means that inside edge is always able to be attacked. Just because of that extra bounce, it catches the inside half onto pad. And then it's up to Ollie Pope once again, diving forward. Another wonderful grab next to his name.
Now for Leach. This is a juicy matchup too. Kane Williamson comes into this innings having scored just 10 runs this series in the 3 innings to date. Not the Kane Williamson we know. Not the Kane Williamson respected around the world. So you could say, in the unofficial laws of cricket, he's due.
Yep, that's how cricket works. You're due until you get them, and then you're in form.
100%.
Go!
Oh, and another chance first up. Oh my word. It's all happening here. 149 for 1.
Well, if anyone was going to grab it, it feels like it was going to be Pope. It's gone hard, it's gone fast. Williamson pushing out at the ball.
handshake between mates out there. I know they're in a fight here, they're in a test match, but they'll still be civil. It's good to see respect between the two. Latham on strike as Broad returns. Down the leg side. Broad-Williamson matchup is certainly one to watch. No surprise that Ben Stokes has said, righto, here's your boy, Stewart. Go and see what you can do. It's not Williamson on strike at the moment, but it won't be far away. Latham continues down to Crawley. So Williamson on strike. He's been dismissed 6 times by Stuart Broad. Anderson 9 times. But the 150 is also up for New Zealand. So a healthy round of applause here at the Basin Reserve. And just a reminder, 76 behind now, New Zealand. Three slips and a leg slip in for Stuart Broad. Square leg in close. Backward point in place, and then mid on, mid off. One down on the boundary rope at fine leg. That's set up for Kane Williamson. Williamson mindset, no doubt, to be out there to continue and to see this through this evening, to pick up and continue tomorrow. Certainly work through the deficit. Amazing what taking the lead in a match can do for a side. Suddenly, destiny's in your hands a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it makes it simple for Williamson at the moment with the situation of the match, sorry, is you just bet. Just bet and bet and bet some more. And we know that Williamson is at his happiest when he is betting.
Not quite out of the middle of the bat, but he's off the mark with a couple. That's the end of the Broad over. It's 152 for 1. And with that stand between Latham and Conway has certainly given Kane Williamson the freedom to come out and play his style. How many times have we seen in the last 24 innings Williamson in very early in the match, effectively playing as an opener? It's not a role he has to fulfill here. And this is perfectly set up, I think, for Williamson. Frankie, his ball's been hit about. Still plenty of time before the new ball is taken. It's an older ball, a softer ball. He's not having to deal with the seam and swing that he's had to deal with in his last few outings. So things really tailor-made for Williamson to contribute, and contribute heavily here.
Absolutely. There's something to be said for the ability to go and sit down with your pads on and just relax for a little bit rather than being straight back out in the middle. Really well fielded, keeping that to 1. I saw some footage of him earlier when he was set up in the viewing area, eyes closed, looking very zen-like. Can't be understated how much of a help that is.
Well, it also has a domino effect, doesn't it? Another failure at the top, and suddenly all those familiar fears and taunts come back to you, and suddenly you're thinking, well, I'm under pressure now, and if I lose my wicket, on it goes. Here, we've had an opening partnership that has, in every way, done its job. Hitting down the ground, it's a nice option to Leach.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you had a couple out of the middle. Feet start moving a little bit better. Decision making gets better. You're able to leave the ball well. The confidence comes back.
Plenty around the bat for Kane Williamson too, as they look to pile the pressure on here, the English. 2 slips. Short cover in. It's Englishman everywhere he looks, essentially, for Kane Williamson. Fielders around the ball, around the bat.
That's the one that just angles in, slides on from Jack Leach, goes on with the arm and cramps up Williamson. Now the perfect follow-up after that is the one that you can just get that ball to grip, go away from the right-hander. Got 2 slips in place.
Plays it well. Late and right on top of the pitch of the ball, Kane Williamson. That's a stunner here in the late afternoon in Wellington. Fans on the bank as they have been the last couple of days, and they've been treated to a fight here.
Yes, hit him, Roddy.
Stuart Broad gets down to it, and they cross for 1. That's the end of the 55th. It's 154 for 1.
Ben Stokes kind of forced to ring the changes, just to try and find ways of prizing someone out. They got 1 out. It's taken a lot longer than they hoped.
Go! Effort.
Yeah, New Zealand have made them work hard. This is what we've expected to see throughout the whole series. Comes from New Zealand being in a tough position, having to follow on, but it's really what we've seen over a period of years from this New Zealand batting lineup, but we haven't seen recently, so it's been good to see. They've got to continue on here. They've lost Devon Conway. They've got to make sure that another partnership's developed here and they don't allow England to get back on top by picking up another 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, well, Latham's played seriously well. Williamson, having had, what, 3 low scores in a row in the series so far, has a chance now to try and redress that balance. Slightly lower arm from Root there, so the delivery point there would have been way outside the creases. Angling in, trying to get it to turn, or was it just trying? Actually, I think I was just trying to get it to drift in. Oh, that's close. That's close. Finger goes up. Pretty much the first mistake of that nature that Tom Latham has made in this innings.
Third umpire director, we have play review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked this is a fair delivery. Move on to Pavilion, please. Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm with the ultra edge. Chris waiting for the ultra edge. Roll forward, roll forward, roll forward through the pad, through the pad, through the pad. Yeah. No bat involved. Go to the ball track when you're ready. Original decision is out. Pitching also down. Impact umpire's call. And wicket hitting. Go back on field umpire.
Well, decision confirmed, but if I can use that memorable phrase, by the barest of margins. So close. The real issue here was exactly where it hit him. Was it close enough to off stump? It looked from that angle, actually, it seemed to be covering all the stumps with a bit of spare. But the original decision was out, so Tom Latham's very fine innings of 83 has to come to an end. LBW Root for 83, it's 155 for 2.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 280. Will Young.
Two down, 155 on the board. New Zealand trail by 71. Next man in, Will Young, on his comeback test match. Not the first time he's had a comeback test. Really close run thing, this. Peel was enthusiastic. The finger went up pretty swiftly. And then it all depended on the point of impact.
Umpire's call is always a tough one to take from a batting point of view. The finger didn't go up, Latham would still be there. It's a nice piece of bowling, perhaps a touch full for that sweep shot. And in the end, it's a big wicket for England. Oh, New Zealand have lost 2 in this third session. They've gone to the 2 spinners on a surface where all the seamers have done the work. Spin's now been introduced and doing a job.
Gets himself off the mark. First ball, 156 for 2. Yeah, spin. It's been a pitch where you say on balance it's helped the seam bowlers more, but there has been something there for the spinners. So that's playing around with an attack is all viable. Is all good thinking as a captain. If your orthodox version, if your orthodox options aren't actually bringing results, then you're allowed to change. And you know that if the spinners bowl, there's just that little something there as well. It's not an absolute road. But it looks a bit different now, doesn't it? At 149 without loss. You've got a long batting lineup. Now you've got 2 men new to the crease, so as a fielding side, you always try and surge at the new men, don't you?
You do. It's never ideal to have two new men at the crease at the same time. Interesting. Spinners got the breakthroughs, but Ben Stokes going straight back to his senior men. And Stuart Broad, he's going back to the pace. He feels that that is the option to perhaps pick up another wicket or two right at this moment with these two new players at the crease.
Yeah, in terms of what the pacemen have provided today, I think they've bowled well, but not necessarily as well as they have done on their really good days. So they've been there or thereabouts all the time, and we've seen edges just carrying and not caught, edges not carrying. We've seen plays and misses. We've seen the odd one bounce a bit more. So there's always been something going on.
This has been one of the best pitches I've seen here in Wellington at the Basin Reserve for, I'm going to say, the last 10 years. Quite a while, because it has kept everyone in the game. There was seam movement for the quicks, so winning the toss, inevitable that New Zealand wanted to bowl first. You had two players in the opposition score big hundreds. On a tough surface and tough conditions, they showed that you could score runs. And also the spinners have played their part as well. Leach got 3 wickets in the first innings. There's been turn and bounce. The bounce has been the key in the surface. I think it's been a very fair cricket pitch to both sides. And quite often you haven't had that here at the Basin, David, in years gone by. It's got very flat, very quick. It's been green at the start for the first day and a half, and then it's got that flat that it doesn't actually aid anyone except for the batting side. Whereas this surface has kept everyone interested, which I think's helped provide the entertainment as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It's an interesting decision to bring Stuart Broad back into the attack, DG. I would have thought that the fact that James Anderson got both these players out in the first innings, so there might be a little bit of mental scarring for both these players. I thought Anderson might have been the guy that Ben Stokes threw the ball to. I mean, let's face it, it's not really a bad decision whether it's Broad or Anderson. Yeah, both pretty good. But I just wondered, because he got them both out in that first innings, whether he would have gone to Anderson.
Flicked away very nicely. Won't reach the boundary as such, but will be worth 3. Yeah, your point's a good one. Again, yet again. It's a captain's feeling. It's your instinct out there. And I dare say someone might be whispering in his ear the same sort of thing. Yeah, that sort of match-up between the two. Maybe the other end. Maybe your wish will be granted as normal.
Might be a double change. So I always felt was disappointing when you're a bowler and you take a wicket. I always hated being taken off after you've done the hard work and got the wicket. I thought you always deserved at least 1, maybe 2 more overs. See if you could double up.
Wasn't a problem that afflicted my career, to be honest.
Nor mine, very rarely. Some batters managed to line themselves up against bowlers better. That was Williamson's dismissal in the first innings. A loose shot, it really was. It was one of those ones that if he had his time again, he would probably just let go through to the keeper, trying to hit it through that cover region. And then Will Young did nothing wrong. That was one of those deliveries you walk off and you say, well bowled, you tip your hat, and you take your gear off and you say, there was nothing much more I could have done to that particular delivery.
159 for 2.
It's an interesting one too, David, isn't it? That as batters, we walk off, let's say 95% of the time over our career, we've made a mistake, we've got ourselves out, you're angry at yourself. It's very rarely that you walk off and you can actually say, I didn't do too much wrong. I'm okay with that, because that's just not the way cricket is. But Will Young in that circumstance, I think, could have done that.
Yeah, I always reckon that as a player, the one person you have to be most honest with is yourself. And as a batsman, you know, you see the scorecard. Yeah, you might be caught behind, you might be caught asleep, it might be deep square leg. But yeah, if you have one of those ones, as you say, where you've played the perfect defensive shot as far as you're concerned, the ball's just done something and you've nicked it, and you walk back honestly saying to yourself, there's nothing more I could have done about that, well, that's fine, just get on. That happens now and again. But then, as you say, 95% of the time you're not necessarily throwing the bat around the dressing room, but you are self-admonishing because you knew you could have done something different.
You're disappointed in yourself and wondering why you decided to play that particular shot at that particular time. Not that it makes it any easier when you're sitting back in the shed and you're being dismissed under those circumstances.
Tell you the other thing. Traditionally, of course, you'd walk back in the room and someone would say, oh, bad luck. And you're actually spitting blood because, you know, it's got nothing to do with luck, not even bad luck, it's just you. So I actually I had a pact with, at Lord's actually one year, I sat next to a guy called Jeff Cook, who opened the innings a few times for England. Good Durham lad, yeah, good lad. Very good man, very sane, very sensible. And I sat down and said, so look, let's just make an agreement here. If we know that we've been in error, let's just not say bad luck to each other, okay? Because it just makes it worse, actually. I think it just makes it worse. So we came to that agreement. Couldn't think of a thing to say.
Hard done, boy.
No, you just let someone settle. I think you just let someone settle in the room.
That was a good one. Someone could have said that to
that's fair enough. Yeah.
Will Young, couldn't they?
Yeah.
And you just agree and nod your head.
I mean, I think you have to sort of kind of assess your own teammates. You get to know your teammates, don't you? So some, you know, will be placid about it, will be accepting.
And then there's those, DG, that as soon as you see the dismissal, everyone's leaving the changing room.
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what's coming. You don't want to be in the changing room when things get thrown around, skewered everywhere, so you just leave.
Oh, no, there are people we've all played with, and it won't do them disservice of naming their names as well, but, you know, people we've all played with who the room is empty by the time they get back there.
See everyone filtering out the door.
People scurrying for cover.
Yeah, mate, very good pal.
Maiden, by the way, at 159 for 2. Well, New Zealand just whittling down the gap now. 67 the gap between them and England. 8 wickets in hand, second innings. And the best conditions of the test match. Sun is out, gentle breeze. Gorgeous looking ground.
That looks beautiful, doesn't it? This time the previous 2 days, we've had some drizzle, haven't we, where the covers have gone on. It's been end of play, but tonight looks like we'll be going right to the end. 6:30 tonight, which is good for everyone. Perhaps the best batting conditions of the test so far. I always think Basin is quite a different surface to bat on when there's a bit of blue sky and the sun is out. Even when it is a touch green, I just feel there's runs to be had.
Yeah, in terms of the green tinge, I mean, it was a very strong, very green tinge at the start of day one. If you look down from the the vantage point that is his commentary box, it's already a very different colour.
And we've hardly had any sun over the 3 days. This is really the first look at the sun. So it would have browned off a lot quicker than what it actually has now if we'd had more sun over those previous days. But it's a good batting surface, good cricket surface, really is.
Good cricket shot. Just needs Jack Leach to fetch it back.
Yeah, one of his favourite shots. Very good on anything short. Picks up length so quickly, does Kane Williamson. Almost threw the shot a little bit early. Just had to hold just for a second, rolled the wrists. Ball runs along the ground all the way to the square leg boundary. That's a good sign for New Zealand. That's well left. Interesting, isn't it? Ollie Pope in that third slip position. DG, he's got the helmet on, so obviously safety and bit of protection is important. He's that close, but you're there for perhaps more a defensive prod than an attacking prod, because if it goes quick, he's that close. He's not going to be able to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, you're there, you're right. You're there for the angled bats, trying to get it down and trying to intercept it before it hits the ground. If you have the flashing cut, that's why you need the helmet. Oh, that's danger area possibly. 163 for 2. Just a little something. There's still, you still get the place, the ball in the right place. There's still this movement, which is enough to encourage everyone with the ball in hand. There's a bit less pace now, I think. We lost a bit of that pace and bounce that we had right at the start of the game, but it's still, if it's going to deviate, it's still in the game.
Remembering also that 59 overs have been bowled with this ball as well, so it's not a new ball, but there's still some seam movement in the surface.
Go!
Finally got a blow on the shins. Talks about the silly point thing earlier in the day about the evasive tactics you need to take there. Maybe Ollie Pope's just lost a bit of spring out of his legs. Didn't quite managed to get out of the way of that one. Still coming forward though, still looking for that one that just sticks in the pitch, maybe as it did in the first innings from Mitchell. It's very, very good there. Yeah, each and every ball, Pope he's lingering just off the cut strip. He's coming forward just in case one just sticks and pops.
Interesting, I read this morning that there's an encroachment law in terms of fielders on the pitch, and there was some conjecture about his catch off Daryl Mitchell in that first innings.
Oh, that's just gripped in the pitch. Drops in the gap.
Basically, the encroachment law says that no player is allowed to hover over or on the pitch before the ball was hit. So there's almost like there's a barrier. And in the anticipation for that catch, there was a photo and a question mark about whether that actually happened.
Trying to start the game again.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on it.
No, sure.
He can't be in that close that he's actually on the surface.
Sure.
You see that right hand? Look at the right hand there, whether he just encroached on the surface before it hit the bat. There's a photo showing that he perhaps did, but no one was aware of it. And it was a great catch, so let's move on. But certainly just something to be aware of when he tries to get that close and anticipate where the ball's going. He just has to be wary that he can't go across the cut strip.
Fair point. Ooh, that's lovely. It's lovely from Leach. 164 for 2.
A little bit of heat coming from the sun. Well, some heat coming New Zealand's way. Anderson back into the attack.
Well, I've been talking about Ollie Pope. He's found a way of keeping himself in the game, in the field at all times, it seems. Ever alert in those short positions, helmet on. But I mean, these are tough positions to field in. Reactions need to be razor sharp. Anticipation is part of it. And bravery too. Right place, right time. Good work.
I really think it's a position that you have to be comfortable doing. Quite often you get thrown in there and it's not your favourite position. But I think the best players in that position have a real want and a real to actually be good and actually add to the side. And it's a key position, it really is. And Ollie Pope is certainly one of the best going around at the moment. He's light on his feet, can move quickly. And his anticipation has been excellent so far.
Pitch away. Another test of the legs in the deep, this time for Ollie Robinson. always dangerous to use words like, seems as though he's settling in, seems to have time. I mean, good signs for someone of Williamson's class is when you're facing a Jimmy Anderson and it seems as though you have a lot of time to play that forward defensive. Bad times are when you're rushed, as he was in the first innings, and that involuntary jab comes out just outside the off stump. Good leave. Nice leave. 167 for 2. Well, for once, New Zealand having a proper opening stand. Very good one as well. 149 before the first wicket went down. Brilliant resistance. Excellent batting from Latham and Conway. Baton has been passed on with those 2 weeks going down. Williamson and Young both on 8. It's one way to do it, isn't it?
Bring your own beanbag along to the cricket. Yeah, I'm surprised that that's actually allowed in the ground, so they don't at times let umbrellas, let alone beanbags, but good to see.
Not easy to smuggle a beanbag that size in, is it? You know, just back of the handbag.
No, it's not. Makes sense though, doesn't it? Up on the grass bank makes it a little bit more comfortable for the day.
Good lads. Very good, Nietzsche. Well done, Nut. Nice there, bud. Everywhere, mate.
Fighting!
Well, Licha. Very nice there, mate. Get in, pal. Really cheap.
Oh, that's it. He's been trying for that. He's been dreaming of that, has Jack Leach. Lovely shape in this over. He's bowled with a beautiful shape, and he's been just getting that little bit of drift and that accompanying grip as well. And that is, as we were saying just now, exactly what you dream of as a left-arm spinner.
Nice piece of bowling. Will Young will walk off disappointed he didn't get forward to that delivery. He went back and lost his off stump. He goes for 8. New Zealand lose their third, 167 for 3.
To the crease. Test cap number 269, Henry Nicholls.
Henry Nicholls, he was batting pretty well in the first innings, so he needs to hold on to that. It's been a little bit shy of runs, but yeah, you look at this delivery from Leach, and it is a beauty, but had he gone forward to that, I think he would have had a better chance.
I think that's perhaps the impact of Ollie Pope there. Not wanting to lunge forward with that man on the offside. Young's preference is to go back, and in the end, Leach has got some drift, some turn, hitting the top of off stump. It's an outstanding piece of bowling.
And all of a sudden, in context of the game, New Zealand just teetering a bit here. Gosh, it's amazing how quickly it changes, isn't it? At tea time, we were sat here and working through how New Zealand goes on to win the match. Now it's, whoa. Just got to last the day, get in front.
Well, I think they still can. But what New Zealand need is the continuation of some movement for the seamers, some spin, and they've got to grind out a lead of some significance. Even 100, 150. Any team trying to get it with something in the wicket, you're a chance.
$167 for 3. You don't know, you can't beat Wellington on a good day. And this is a good day for Wellington. Beautiful out there. Good conditions of batting. That's the thing. Sunshine. Beating down upon the pitch, and that's exactly what New Zealand want. And they've lost 3 wickets in the sunshine. It's not even really windy out there at the moment. Something going on annoying Kane Williamson. I have no idea what it is. Gosh, it's an annoying game too. If you think Kane Williamson would have been sitting up there with their opening partnership, the opening stand of 149, going fantastic. Go out there, they blunted the attack, take some shine off the ball. Now all of a sudden he's out there, under pressure, trying to get a start, watching players get out.
A little bit of story of the series. New Zealand losing wickets in clumps, 3-4 wickets in a very fast space of time. Just when they've looked like they had the opportunity to grab some ascendancy or a period of domination, it slipped away very quickly. And it has again, and it's not through all of New Zealand's fault. New Zealand have been subject to some very disciplined and good bowling, particularly by Jack Leach. He's got 5 wickets in this test match on a wicket that's traditionally not favourable for spinners.
It's the old Gaunt syndrome. You're sitting there and all of a sudden they go bang, bang, and you go, oh, God, here we go again. Everyone running to the changing shed to put their pads on.
Sort of wicket you've always felt like if you got one, there's an opportunity for a few wickets to fall because there's some assistance for the bowlers, and inkling has turned out to be right.
Add to it that I'm not going to say Williamson is Anderson's bunny, but he's got him 9 times. Yeah, he has 9 times in 13 matches.
Yeah.
168 for 3. Now there you see, one brings 3. And all of a sudden, I know it's a wee way off, it's still 17 overs off, but they should get to it this evening, the new ball. It will do something on this pitch.
Oh, no.
Often at the basin, it's these conditions where the ball moves the most. Not a lot of wind, northerly wind, and the sun being out. It's almost different to other grounds around the world, Wellington.
So there's a possibility of 4 overs with the new ball. And then the great thing about that is you get it a ball that's 4 overs old first up tomorrow morning.
New Zealand used the Nighthawk.
One bucket.
Who would be the Night? It'd be Tim Southey, wouldn't it? It'd be the Nighthawk. Oh, hello. Neil Wagner is usually the night watchman.
Sure, piling on a quick 20 runs in the last 4 overs is going to make that much difference. You never know. England have done it.
Crowd getting behind England now. It's a very English crowd. No. 170 for 3. Still 56 behind. So now the deficit you'd think should be knocked off this evening. New Zealand can knock off the deficit 3 down. Let's start thinking, you know, we've got an extra batter. Rested bowlers. And that's the other thing with the follow-on, isn't it? Is that your bowlers get more rest. If you've been asked to follow on and you manage to bat well in the second innings, your bowlers are getting rest.
So you can effectively throw everything on fresh legs. New Zealand need England to get up in the morning, needing 7 wickets. They'll be weary legs, and then it becomes tough. Psychologically, it's never easy when you're tired to just keep picking yourself up for spell after spell. And then the opportunity for New Zealand to score quickly. Bowlers who are tired.
And that's good. New Zealand need to be positive here. Singles will make a difference. I think going for England, they can thank their lucky stars that it's actually not windy out there. If you do a day in the field with a howling northerly, it seems to add to it, doesn't it? It adds to sort of a mental exhaustion too. Very, very fine. Should be runs as well for Williamson yet. A little bit of bat onto pad and away. Still a lovely carry there, isn't there? Nothing's really dying, if anything. The variation is it bounces.
I think it's an indication the wicket's still got plenty. New Zealand only scoring at 2.71 runs per over. The bonus is the over rate's gone up. We're at 14 overs an hour, which is a big difference from 12 and a half that we had been operating at. If you'd think if the wicket got better, the scoring rate would go up. It shows there's plenty in it.
At 65 overs and 175 for 3, everyone gets a drink. Most likely. Well, Latham and Conway did a fine job. They blunted this English attack. They saw the new ball off, and just when they both looked like they could be set for some really big totals, which is what New Zealand needed. They got out. Will Young unfortunately shuffled back to one he should have got 4-2. And it was a good ball from Leach though. And he went for 8. Williamson's been working hard for his 15 and Nichols has just joined him on 1. These are the wickets to fall. Lovely line there from Leach. A little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of glove, a little bit of pad, a lot of palm. And then sweeping, misjudged the length, and Chris Gaffney, who's very good on the LBW, said, yeah, I think that's going on to hit. It was going on to hit, and it remained umpire's call on where it struck the pad. And it looked like a ripper, but I think if he's going to be hard on himself there, Will Young, he'll say should have got forward.
The bowling figures for England, well, it's the spin that's doing the damage. Jack Leach, he's been persistent, he's been penetrating 2 wickets and economical. And Joe Root was brought in to break up a partnership, and he did that, 1 for 11. The rest of the England bowlers have been pretty consistent.
There's still 51 runs in arrears. Key for New Zealand get through if they can get through to stumps. No more wickets down. They're still in a position of hope. Last thing you want to get through is to get through to stumps, another couple of wickets down, and you're thinking, time left in this, it's not looking good.
Well, an hour and a quarter. If New Zealand get through, they're a chance to win. If they lose 2 or 3 wickets, you feel like the game could be wrapped up quickly. So this hour and 10-minute session, new ball to be taken. New Zealand's best player at the crease. This Nichols played well in the first innings. This hour is absolutely critical for both teams.
Tell you what, if you're Jack Leach and you turned up and you had a look at the surface, you would probably and you look at the history of this ground when it comes to the lack of success for spinners in general, although some international spinners have done well at this ground. It's more been the New Zealand spinners who haven't really had an impact. But to think that on day 3, and even in the first innings, he got 3 wickets in the first innings, to think that you're playing a major part. Not only that, you're causing problems.
Go!
They would have said you're joking.
This has been one of the best wickets we've seen at the Basin. Pace, bounce, a little bit of sideways, turn, bounce. 2 players score over 150. 2 opening batsmen scores 50s in the 3rd innings of the game, but everybody's in the game. That's what makes for absorbing cricket, when you have a wicket that offers something for everybody.
Oh, nearly a mix-up there. It was an early call on no, but Williamson kept running. 177 for 3. 29 is history for Kane Williamson. Big-time history in terms of New Zealand Test cricket history, because he will become the highest run scorer in Test matches for New Zealand. Go past Ross Taylor. I mean, when it comes to records for New Zealand, it was a long time ago that people were saying it's just a matter of time for Kane Williamson.
It's not often you're talking about a man who's 13, 14. No, talking about Kane Williamson playing for New Zealand and being a great player. He's fulfilling the prophecy, really.
I mean, he's also going to do it with the highest Test average. He gets. Let's not put the markers on it, but he will at some point. Maybe not this innings.
You feel these two players, I mean, Anderson's record, I don't think is ever going to get run down in terms of fast bowling, and Williamson with 2 years to play. Changing face of cricket. That's a record that may take some catching as well.
I think the significant one for New Zealand, though, is the bowling one. Sir Richard Hadlee, it just shows how great he was. He was a man apart. I mean, there was incredible real estate between him and Tim Southee.
I'm sure that's a goal for Tim Southee to run down Sir Richard. 431 wickets in 86 Test matches. His record was remarkable. Southee's already been playing 14, 15 years of international cricket. He's going to need a few more to take that record. But it is fun, those statistics, the records that Anderson have set, chasing 700 for a fast bowler. It's incredible.
And Tim Southee is 75 wickets behind Sir Richard. I mean, it's at least a couple of seasons, isn't it? A couple of really good seasons. That's a goodie.
That line to Williamson are on 4.5 stumps. He likes the ball under his eyes, and that's the area that causes him concern.
He's a good lever of the ball, but I think he is still a player who likes to feel the ball hit the bat.
That's the comfort zone there. Just can hold the bat. He's so good at playing late and not pushing out at the ball. He's happy to hold the bat there, and as you said, Mark, let the ball hit the bat. When it's a touch wider, his hands can drift. That's when he can get into trouble.
Batters, you love playing a great shot and hitting a boundary, hitting a six, playing a cover drive, a back foot drive, but sometimes just a really good forward defence. Don't underestimate how much that is valued. And when a fast bowler comes in and you just step forward and go donk.
It can be almost sometimes more demoralising. If someone plays a great shot cover drive, you feel like, well, they're playing shots, so I'm an opportunity. But if you're bowling well and quick and there's some movement and someone can just hold the bat there, hits it in the middle of the bat, you're like, this is going to take some work.
Especially when you're bowling 85 miles an hour and they just go donk and it just finishes at their feet.
Stokes still employing a leg slip for Williamson, so he does like that ball when it comes straight, just to roll the wrist, turn the ball around the corner, and it just gives him something else to think about. There's obviously a carrot through the offside, through point, third man where Williamson likes to score. Just to use the fielders, use them to give the batsmen something to think about, to distract them, to start to almost get ahead of themselves, premeditate, start to wonder what the bowler's trying to do.
He's looking pretty solid, and Williamson, 177 for 3.
Ben Stokes has employed himself with sort of a deep, fine, short, fine leg. The reason why that is, Nicholls obviously was out reverse sweeping in the first innings. But he's employed the sweep already. With the bounce in the wicket, that's actually a genuine catching position. So Leach with bowling slightly wider is encouraging a sweep shot from Nicholls. Stokes will feel at that sort of short, fine leg position there that he's a catching opportunity if there's any bounce, if Nicholls employs the sweep shot.
One thing I think Nicholls does really well against the slow bowlers is use depth. He likes to get back, but when he does get back, he'll get right back. Now he's brought Stokes has come back up into a leg slip. Well, and he was thinking about the sweep too, but the length wasn't there, so really good adjustment and good judgment. A judgment.
Found the gap as Anderson just went a little bit square, more towards square leg. So again, Stokes came up to encourage that sweep shot, which he got the desired result. Nicholls was good enough to make that adjustment.
I like seeing a batter with zinc on their nose, with a sun cream. Going to be out there a long time. Be very careful. All right, back to the fine leg.
Catch!
Hands go to heads. A little inside edge. $179 for 3.
An hour's play left in the day on this third, now sunny evening in Wellington. New Zealand only 47 runs away from ensuring England will have to bat again in this match. And Kane Williamson, who hasn't yet done the business with bat in hand against England here in this series. But he's laying some foundations, knowing also that when he reaches that magic 29 number, he'll be New Zealand's leading run scorer in Test cricket. And a change here with Ollie Robinson into the attack. No. Evening to you, Craig McMillan. Been looking solid so far, Williamson.
Evening, Ellie. Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? 16, he's got himself in. Good batting conditions, probably the best batting conditions of the Test match. Ollie Robinson looking for his first wicket of the Test match, which is quite a surprise. I thought in these conditions he would have been a real handful. He's bowled some good spells, but he's gone past the outside edge at times, but just hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. But he's got a role to do now with this ball. Key partnership this for New Zealand. These two have to be here at the end of the day. They have to bat through this final hour on day 3 and make sure that they get through to stumps, and then New Zealand will trail by not too many, maybe 10, 15 runs, you would think. Maybe might have a small lead if these two get going over that next hour, but New Zealand need another partnership. They had a great start with Conway and Latham, and then lost 3 wickets pretty quickly, as we've seen right throughout the Test, haven't we? Both teams at times have lost wickets in clumps.
Yeah, 149 for the first wicket, the partnership between Latham and Conway. Half centuries for both, and then Will Young out for a single-figure score. So time to build again, but these two were impressive together. Joe Root picking up Latham and Jack Leach. Conway's was the first wicket to fall. A well-bowled delivery from him as well. Well, that was a rather unnecessary swish.
No, no, no. Henry Nicholls, let that go. Dicing with trouble here. It's a harmless delivery. It really isn't attacking the stumps. Look at the extra bounce. That's the key in the surface. It's been quite amazing how much bounce we've had here at the Basin Reserve. And he's saying, yeah, I should have cut it with a horizontal bat, not a straight bat. Straight bat's bringing those 3 slips into play.
Carry through to Folkes.
So enough for the bowlers, isn't there? Just enough. The odd one does seem. Oh, we're 11 and just over 11 overs shy of the second new ball. So there might be the possibility of an over or 2 right at the end of the day with that second new ball. I don't think Joe Root will be bowling with it.
Just the one off the over, and New Zealand are 180 for 3. $15 left to be bowled this evening. It really has turned into an absolutely glorious evening. Perfect for batting. No demons in this pitch. Just enough if the bowlers get it right. There's been grip, there's been turn for Leach at times as well. Under an hour to get these overs in this evening, and that's for Williamson and Nicholls to see through to the close. But if England do manage to have a crack with the new ball, well, could really tilt things and leave them feeling more buoyant at the close of play. They really were frustrated at times, Maka, when they were struggling to get that initial breakthrough, and it's something we hadn't seen from England because they've been so dominant in this Test series so far. They were striving and striving to find a way of breaking up the Conway-Latham partnership.
Yeah, that second session belonged to New Zealand, didn't it? They didn't lose a wicket. And it was good seeing New Zealand make the England bowlers have to toil, which led to some frustration because things weren't going their way. But they're so far ahead of the game that they picked up 3 quick wickets, and all of a sudden New Zealand are fighting again. The other thing, it's only day 3. This game has moved ahead so quickly that there is so much time left, so England don't have to worry about that. There's plenty of time. They just need to pick up the 10 second innings wickets from New Zealand, and then there's plenty of time with whatever they need to chase down. New Zealand's challenge will be to create another couple of partnerships and perhaps push that total out to a tricky total. It could be in for an entertaining day 4, day 5 here in Wellington.
Another catcher on the leg side here for Nicholls. Well, Pope has taken some absolute screamers at short leg. Some excellent reflex catches.
Has it gone down? It's really close. Has it carried? Nice piece of bowling. Bat pad. Oh, it's really close. Great effort diving forward. So hard to push yourself forward and get your fingers under the ball. It was close.
Nice.
fingertip stuff, wasn't it? There, not quite. Three wickets for Leach in the first innings. Two of those were catches by Ollie Pope. It's 182 for 3. Runs at the start of this third day. Tim Southee with his 73 helped him to add 71 in less than 12 overs before they were bowled out. Still 226 behind, and Ben Stokes duly did then enforce the follow-on.
It's been another very watchable day of Test cricket, hasn't it, Ali? Plenty going on that you always expect around this England side. New Zealand have played their part in the day as well.
It's been the most competitive day of the series from New Zealand's point of view. The flurry with the bat earlier. Southee was clearing the rope at will with sixes. Plenty for the local crowd to be cheering about. And then that opening stand between Latham and Conway. They are still behind the game. Still England in the driving seat. Joe Root twirling away the wicket of Latham, LBW. Two overs from Ben Stokes today, that's been all. He started after tea. The first over he bowled was very much an eventful one. Managed to bowl 4 short pitch deliveries, has ended up on a final warning. You haven't seen him bowl again. Also seemed to jar his knee quite awkwardly. Well, I mentioned Tim Southee, and it was high entertainment at the start of the day. Drilling Leach down the ground, went aerial, and it just kept coming. It was raining sixes. There were some chances, but many going straight over the head.
And New Zealand captain Tim Southee's second highest test score. 2 scores in the 70s now. And he's climbing on that list. Most test sixes, equal with Flintoff and Hayden. He's got the great Viv Richards in his sights as well. A number of players in the 80s.
Do you think he's just seen that on the screen?
That's all he talks about, to be fair. That's all he talks about.
Not in control. That's amazing to think he's gone past Kevin Peterson on that list today.
He's going to have a second innings as well to try and bump a few more up that table. Good piece of bowling here from Robinson. It's bounce. Look at that bounce. That's hit Nichols on the gloves in front of the face off a foolish length. Just seen the odd one just do something a little bit different, and I think it's that scalloping on the surface where there is a little bit of denting, and if you get it right, then some bounce up, some stay a little bit low, but I've seen a number, that indentation, just play a little trick. That was a nasty delivery.
Certainly make Williamson a little more wary as well. 183 for 3.
It's just been the odd one. It's misbehaved. Look at where that has hit Henry Nicholls. That is chest high from a foolish length that he was coming forward to. And that's quite off-putting when you see that bounce like that. It just keeps you in the crease. You want to get forward to a delivery like this, but you're not expecting it to bounce that high. Could have gone anywhere, but it just puts a little question mark in the mind when you see a delivery do that.
Leach into his 26th over.
He's done a really good job, Ali. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings at a crucial time. He's got 2 in this innings. It's an important member of this bowling attack.
I was able to have a good chat with him this morning. In fact, about this really how he's feeling much more confident in this England team and the backing he gets from Stokes and McCullum, and Stokes in terms of the fields that he will give him, and again not worrying if he does get hit over the top, say.
Is there a feeling that perhaps he wasn't backed as much by previous captain Joe Root throughout his time, and perhaps given the backing and the confidence that certainly Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have shown in him over the last 12 months or so?
I think often when Leach would come on, the field would automatically go back to be very defensive, and it perhaps doesn't make him feel like, yes, I can be a wicket-taking bowler.
Which ideally you want your spinner to be, don't you? Got an attacking role to do. To be fair to Joe Root, it was probably during a period of time where England weren't playing well, and quite often in a lot of those matches were behind the game. So it's very hard to be attacking.
Well, the point he did make to me was just how well the seam bowlers are doing when you've got Broad, Anderson and Robinson. But they're not giving away too many runs. They've been bowling economically as well. So it's not as if the scoreboard has run away, or, you know, if he does get hit, it doesn't matter for the team cause. There's always maybe more runs to play with than there might have been previously. Using the feet, well down by Leach. He gained absolute cult hero status during the Ashes in 2019, didn't he, at Headingley, in that incredible partnership with Ben Stokes. Cleaning of the glasses. It's a maiden over. Well bowled at 183 for 3. Yeah, it's become quite the character, but a very important member of this side. Pretty tidy, nothing too wayward for Ben Stokes. I mentioned those 2 overs he bowled. The first one was the opening over where he was bowling wides, no balls, too many fast, short pitch deliveries.
Leach has got through a decent workload as well, hasn't he? 26 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 54, so economical. Picked up a couple of wickets. He's done a good job, which has allowed the 3 fast bowlers, Broad, Robinson, Anderson, a little bit of a break between spells, and they can be rotated at the other end while Leach goes about his work into the breeze.
Leg slip in place here for Robinson to Williamson. Bit of roll backwards.
Good awareness from Nicholls too, non-striker. Sensing that there was a run, able to rotate the strike, which is important when you've got a left and a right-hander at the crease. Just squirted out towards square leg, and Nicholls called Williamson through very quickly, which is good. Rotating the strike, frustrating the bowler, making the field change as well.
the sport of the Barmy Army for England. It's been a constant backdrop to this series. Simon Finch on the trumpet, piping up again late in the day, making sure everyone's getting behind the team. I did catch up with him around the ground earlier, carrying trumpet in hand. He's very pleased to have it back and in full repair because it went missing during the Mount Maunganui test. But damaged as well.
Yeah, that wasn't good. New Zealand cricket came to the rescue for that, which was good to see.
Gone after the short ball. To field it down at fine leg. There's a top edge.
Yeah, and that fielder's in play with this extra bounce in the surface. You don't get on top of it. That top edge can go down to fine leg. It's really well bowled because it was outside the eye line of Nicholls, so it was going to be very hard to control at that height. It's an awkward height to pull. Nice piece of bowling. Carry, isn't it? There's still, you have to say that on day 3, maybe lost a touch of pace in the surface, but still going through to Foakes. You look at where he's catching the ball. It's quite a big bounce. Some might say tennis bally, but good carry through because it's on a fullish length as well.
7 overs after this one until the second new ball will be available to England. Another reset will be needed for this New Zealand pair if they're still there.
Could be a really niggly time, couldn't it, Ellie? 2 or 3 overs with that second new ball. Sure, England will want to take it. If they could pick up a late wicket in the day, that will turn a day that they've struggled for a large majority of it into probably a day that they're quite happy with. So that will be a challenging, perhaps last 15 to 20 minutes for both these New Zealand players. England trying to get through the overs so that they have that opportunity. It's going to be touch and go.
Two off the over. 185 for 3. That's where over rates really come into it, isn't it? There's how many in the day, got a chance of a new ball. It's up to you to get the opportunity. You'd rather be bowling it in the evening, and it's not a murky sort of evening like we've had in the last couple of days where the rain's been coming in. We're getting a full day's play for the first time in this match, but even so, have a little go at it and then make the batsman come again and have to reset twice. So it is 7 overs till a new ball. Jack Leach will continue, putting in a long stint. Short fine leg in place here if he brings out sweep. It's well controlled. 2 fielders there. Jimmy Anderson back of square as well, but it's gone out to duck it in the deep.
Cam Williamson, 19, hunting down Ross Taylor. He's top of the list in terms of run scorers in Test cricket for New Zealand. Getting closer and closer to that mark.
That's lovely bowling, that.
Classic defence, which has always formed an important part of his game, absolute bedrock. Such a pure technique. You spent a lot of time with him, Maka, when you were batting coach with the team. Always as calm in the dressing room as he is at the crease, where he always seems to have so much time.
Yeah, very calm in nature. Yeah. Doesn't get rattled too easily, fair to say.
Go!
Very measured in whatever he had to say to the team. It shows in his batting, doesn't it? He's never really rides too high or too low. He's nice and centred with how he goes about his game, whether he's succeeding, whether he's struggling a touch.
Setting off very quickly. It's well run. And it has been backed up. Harry Brook getting down in the dirt. A little wide of the stumps. Well, again, not far away from Pope. It's 188 for 3. Leach has created another couple of close chances again. This one inside edge.
Nicely bowled, just at the foot mark. Got enough bat on it to burst past Ollie Pope, and he's disappointed. That's how high a standard he sets at that short leg position.
These have been out there 74 balls together, 21 runs, meaning New Zealand just 38 away from making sure England will have to bat again here. Important partnership. Just over half an hour to go till close of play on this third day. England haven't tried anything overly funky today. Root back into the attack.
And to get through the overs quickly, Ellie. Get to the 80th over so England can get some use of the second new ball tonight. Try and pick up a 4th wicket. He's already picked up 1, Joe Root. He's done his role as a part-timer.
There's nobody in that region. Sweeping up to be done on the boundary. Does have a bit of a golden arm at times. Joe Root has proven. Wicket of Latham picking out some quality batters over his time as well.
Yeah, Nicholls on the lap, he has to make sure that he doesn't miss that. His Root is going to attack the stumps here to the left-hander.
Side edge once more, well stopped by Stokes. Oh, the grimace getting up there. Well, that knee, he clutched at it at the end of that second over. He bowled with the ball. He's, yeah, not in great shape.
It's got to be a great concern, doesn't it? England cricket fans, when you see Ben Stokes, he's got to be fully fit for that Ashes series. Has to be able to bowl. His leadership qualities are hugely important, obviously.
Folks with the grab, keeping Nicholls honest back in the crease.
Yeah, with no 45, Nicholls is a good lapper. This one gets a good stride and good anticipation by Ollie Pope and by Ben Foakes as well. Both players were off. They knew where the ball was going.
Coming back for 2. I'll get it comfortably. Yeah, any discomfort to Stokes is a story. I mean, the knee does give him pain. It's strapped heavily. If you're ever at training and you see him with his shorts on. 193 for 3.
Well, I know for those who are looking to leave before the end of play, stick around. There is a signing session available with the Black Caps at the end of today's play, just in front of the pavilion. So do make your way there once play concludes, and players will be available for photographs and photos.
Got to love a grassy slope at a cricket ground. Mount Maunganui was flanked by grassy slopes, and still a well-populated grassy area here for the fans to enjoy. A wonderful atmosphere.
I just want to have a look at the split screen. I saw a very similar delivery that Will Young and Kane Williamson both played. Two different ways to play it. Look at the way Will Young couldn't get off the crease, whereas Kane Williamson was able to get forward and play it with a nice straight bat.
No interest from the umpire, at least.
But they were both deliveries that were well bowled because they held both players on the crease. Neither could get a good lunge forward, but Will Young was on the move and just played the wrong line, whereas Williamson held his line and played it much better.
In two minds there, as if he might have swept.
That's the confusion that Jack Leach is bowling. It's a very good delivery, you must say that first off, but Will Young has made it look even better a delivery. Not much difference, but played very differently, and the result was very different. It's been a handful, Leach. He's done a good job here.
Kind of defence from Williams, so exactly the foundation that has helped him to more than 7,000 test runs.
So important to pick the length early against a spinner. Whether you come forward or go back, use the depth of the crease. Your footwork's so important. And that's good use of footwork by Nichols going back, but watching it all the way again with a straight bat. Allows him to play it nice and late if it does turn.
Using every inch of the depth of the crease. Didn't get any further than Pope. A barrier. 193 for 3, a maiden.
Well, we have half an hour or so just under to go until close of play on day 3 here at the Basin Reserve. New Zealand 33 runs behind, 7 wickets in hand. England will be desperately seeking another couple out tonight. Oh! Now, has that brushed something on the way through that Folkes has spotted? The umpire probably can't see. That's what they're thinking.
Third umpire director, we have a player review for caught behind, and original decision is not out. I have checked this is a fair delivery. Who want to spin again, please? Ball is close to the gloves. Please confirm with the outrage. Roll through, roll through, roll through. Yeah, hit the elbow, throw, roll through, yeah. Roll through. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Hit the elbow, go back to on-field umpire. There's no chance of LBW. So, Rod, stay with your decision, not out, you on screen.
Yeah, very hard to tell from umpire's end as to what, with the hands, the arm behind the body. But yeah, arm guard it was, glove well out the way, so no damage done. 193 for 3 still. But the one thing to note was turn and bounce. Maybe that's 2 things to note.
It's a couple of balls recently we've seen out of the foot mark. We've seen excessive turn and bounce, so very difficult from this end to know. As Williamson's withdrawing his arms, whether that's hit the glove. Root didn't really know. No one was really sure. England had 3 reviews for with the puck.
Go.
Yeah, impossible to tell from the bowler's end. Everything hidden behind the body. And Folkes' instinct proved to be wrong, because he was very excited about it all when it first happened. Yes, there was that little something happening. There's definitely something happening. We saw the spike on ultra edge. Arm guard though, not glove.
An excellent piece of keeping.
Yeah, oh yeah. He's good, he is good. This is why sometimes you think Root should bowl more. It's a perfectly viable alternative. You can bowl in tandem with Leach as well, but sometimes Leach goes for a long time without respite and batsmen get used to it. I think it's a viable alternative to get Root in, because he will turn the ball more. He'll get more grip on it. Even that, though it's a little bit too short, so it just gives Williamson the chance to guide it away through the offside. It's still got that latent threat that if it grips and bounces, as that previous one had done, that little dab through the offside becomes just that little bit harder.
And he mixes his pace up anywhere from 84 to 91, so there is that subtlety there from Root as well. Let's get nice drift. He does hurry batsmen at the tempo that he bowls as well.
Nice, man. Nice, bud.
194 for 3. Yeah, there's a greater sense of adventure with Joe Root in his bowling. I know there's pressure on Leach to bowl like Jack Leach, if you want to put it that way, to fulfill a role, whereas for Root he can probably afford to be that bit more adventurous. But I'll say it again, I've said it many a time, that for Jack Leach it could add something to his game if every now and again when he's held a longish spell he just tries something different, just try and persuade himself to take some pace off, put it in the air.
This thing, Dave, with a spinner like Joe Root, you can bowl it with an attacking mindset, an attacking way with a defensive field, and still look to take wickets. Men around the bat, men protecting the boundary. England have done that well today. They've had the boundary riders back. They're stopping the boundaries. But the consistent thing is those men in and around the bat creating pressure.
Nice, well done.
Yeah, as we've seen, we've had the odd one being close to a chance, bat pads flying past Ollie Pope at short leg, that sort of thing. Just needs one of those sequences just to pan out correctly, go straight to him, that sort of thing, and you've got another wicket in the bag. It's nice from Leach.
Well, outside of Williamson's first ball, will he push the ball past Ollie Pope? The examination of his defence, he's held up perfectly. That soft hands, letting the ball hit the bat. Very compact. Hasn't felt the need to go outside that game plan. Just very patient. There's no one. It's from basically a forward square leg behind. So there's a temptation there to either lap, sweep. Hasn't felt the need to. Quite happy to sit. Wait for that back foot punch through mid-wicket. Back foot punch out to point on the offside.
Well, I suspect that anyone in that New Zealand dressing room is aware that the sweep shot has been slightly problematic here over the last couple of days, so You don't want to be yet another victim to it. If you get a top edge or a miscue or one of those quirky things that ends up with a wicket rather more than the 4 runs you're hoping for. Quicker, flatter, 1. Went from his standard 84-85 to 94 there.
Ball, mate, brilliant, that's it.
195 for 3. Well, we've had a couple of days where the end of the day's players come early because of rain. Not tonight, it seems. Perfect picture of the basin in the foreground, city of Wellington, the bay in the background. Friendly clouds above. Just working their way through England here towards the 80 overs, which gives them an option for a new ball. Hardly worth taking it, is it? It's going to be about one, well, couple, 3 if you're lucky.
Yeah, lovely routine. Brilliant pass.
Be a little bit painful for the fast bowlers to warm up for an over, but even if you took it with Jack Leach bowling and Joe Root, you're taking that new ball for 1 to 2 overs.
All right, Skip. Little Fuller, good stride forward from Williamson here just to make sure he gets right to the pitch. He's dealing in ones by and large. Stokes just wants the deep square leg 10 yards to his right, almost directly behind the umpire, dead on the square. .79 overs done, 196 to 3. So it's that time of day, that time of early evening, where batsmen start to think, right, I'm just going to see it through. The simplest way of looking at it is no need to change anything, just in fact ignore it, just carry on. If someone taps on the shoulder and says, sorry, we finished for the day, that's fine, you've done your job. Don't overthink it. Not the bowling figures England expected when they enforced the follow-on. There was still life in the pitch, especially with that new ball, and there's been life in the pitch throughout, actually. So for Anderson, Robinson and Broad to be wicketless is unusual and unexpected. Leach and Root sharing the 3 that have fallen. Of course, Leach and Root in partnership at the moment as we head towards the finish line for day 3. Oh, well watched. Well watched. That was just caught the glove on the way through. Anything can happen after that.
It's been good, Leach. Very, very good. A little yin and yang, the English performance. The batting so up-tempo. High energy, always coming at you. The English bowling has almost been just basic, disciplined, consistent, really, really good. And Stokes has manoeuvred the field beautifully, pushing fielders in and out. There was a risk at one stage with New Zealand 149 without the loss of a wicket that they could have pushed forward and got a lead by the end of the day, but England have brought it back. Good discipline.
Yeah, the wicket, each time we get a wicket, that just tends to slow things down, of course. What all Jack Leach wants now is for one of those just to grip a bit more. Just find that little spot on the pitch, or maybe hit a worm on the head. Just something that gets the ball to grip and bounce and turn. Just at the end of the day, just to finish the day on a high note.
He nearly got through 30 overs in the day. 2 for 58 represents an outstanding day for him.
Yeah, he's conceded, I think, 4 boundaries in that, all bar 30 overs. It's partly circumstances. New Zealand have had to be more defensive, or certainly opted to play that game. So no one's gone after him as such. Gets through another maiden. 80 overs now bowled, 196 for 3. So yeah, Leach's figures, 30 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 58. And we have just over 10 minutes, so it'll be time for, shall we say, 3 overs with this new ball. No mucking around, it's going to be taken straight away. It's going to be pace. What counts as pace here? And it's not going to be Broad. It's not going to be Broad, it's not going to be Anderson, it's going to be Robinson to bowl the first of these overs with the brand new ball.
End of the day, goes youngest to oldest in terms of who takes ball for the 1 over spell. Perhaps 2 from Robinson. He doesn't have a wicket in this test, but he's bowled. He's deserved wickets the way he's bowled. He's bowled very well.
Yeah, well, if he gets one now, everything will seem so much better for him. In fact, all 3 English fast bowlers, fast medium bowlers, have at some stage today looked disgruntled, just the way things have gone. They're all wicketless, which, as I said just now, is an unusual thing to see. But now's the moment. See if they can strike in the last 10 minutes. Hang on a second. Yes, it is. It's Stuart Broad. It's 20 past 6.
That's a loosener for the over. It's about to come up. Bit of a stretch out.
It's a good effort, isn't it? Top effort. Well, rap of the pads. Good length actually from Robinson. He can be a little bit shorter than that. With the brand new ball in his hand, pushing it full just gives you a chance maybe to hit the seam. Still bouncing. I mean, for him, that's a full length, and it's still bouncing probably over the stumps.
That bat pad's, we've seen balls from that length even get chest high, so that bat pad is an important position. So it's good to see Ben Stokes has that man in position.
Yeah, this time of day, you want to give yourself every opportunity. You know, that's why you've got a full slips cordon. You don't want to die wondering what would have happened if you'd had the extra slip. Just give it a go. If there's the odd boundary escapes at the stage, that doesn't matter one little bit. Not that you'd expect much of it, because, as you said just now, the discipline shown by Anderson, Broad, Robinson with their lines and lengths has been good, so you wouldn't expect too many loose deliveries at this stage at all. Changing the angle to round the wicket. Leg slip has gone in. Good leave. It is where the adrenaline just pumps again, isn't it? At the end of a day like this, for Williamson and Nicholls, who batted very well, very resolutely, the adrenaline is pumping. You don't want to make that mistake, so you're worried about the possible mistake. But here we go again with the bounce. You can leave that on the bounce. Brand new ball is going to be mighty unlucky for that to shoot along the deck.
Still some good seam movement there too,
yeah.
Back in.
Good firm push through mid-off, and with the new ball pegging off the bat, it's got a great chance. Just slows down towards the end. They're going to have to look at that. They are going to have to look at it. But what a chase. This time of day, one of your premier fast bowlers had a long day in the field, been all day in the field, bar lunch and tea in the break between innings, chasing it right down to within millimetres of the boundary. He might just have done it as well. Well.
Yeah, I'm saying 4. Touch that, whatever that's called, with his left hand.
Yeah, he's had to put a hand down. That's, yeah, so he's is he touching it? Still as he stirs the hand. So one hand on the ground, the other side, the wrong side of the boundary. The other hand still touching. Yes, 4. I mean, there are fast bowlers of yesteryear going, the man must be mad. You know, he's. Look at the time of day. In fact, forget the time of day. The man must be mad. He's a fast bowler. Look after himself.
It's one of the things of Brendan McCallum. He just expected people to throw themselves into the side hoarding. So Stuart Broad, he has to live up to that.
You can't knock it. I mean, it's fantastic commitment. Good chase. Great effort just to claw it back at the end. Didn't quite make it. 4 it is. $200 exactly for 3. $200 for 3 after 81 overs. First sizable opening partnership of the tour, of the series. The gap between the sides now 26. New Zealand trail by 26 with 7 wickets in hand. New Zealand have done really well. Some very, very determined batting in this second innings to get them to within 26. Still those 7 wickets in hand, and they want to make sure, I'm sure they want to try and make sure as best they can, they've still got 7 wickets in hand when they start again tomorrow morning. So pace at one end, and Leach with the new ball at the other. Robinson one end, Leach at the other end. Sneak one in here, one more from Robinson. The day will be done after that. If ever we get this over started. Take the one.
Just a bridge too far for those old boys to warm up for 1 over, huh? You need to get on the massage table, a couple of anti-inflammatories.
Ice bath? Is there such a thing as an ice bath here?
It's like a suite now, and suite of things you do. Recovery.
I'm still on the side of people who say the only decent place for some ice at this stage of the day is in a gin.
Oh, yeah, nut. Real good nut.
Oh, that's good. It's actually well bowled by Leach. A bit of width there, and just seeing if it's going to grip in anything loose outside the off stump, and beautifully watched too by Nicholls. It's well back. Well, it's Nicholls taking his time at the batsman's end.
Nice, buddy. Nice, buddy.
And then back again in solid defence. That finishes Leach's work for the day after 82 overs. 201 for 3. Still waiting for just an extra few runs. I would suggest that history will have to wait until tomorrow. With the Ross Taylor on top of the list, Kane Williamson just 4 runs behind. You never know. Both of them fantastic servants of New Zealand cricket. So the main thing I'm sure on Kane Williamson's mind at the moment is just to see through this final over. He knows that history will take care of itself in due course. He knows that the one thing he and Henry Nicholls need to do is just be there at the end of this next 6 balls to start again tomorrow morning on day 4. 3 slips in place, short leg there, leg slip. Full and straight. And the bat equally straight in defence.
It's been a great day's cricket. We've got to the end of this day with well, all options are still on the table. New Zealand psychologically to have their best player at the crease at the end of the day is going to be huge. They've got the longer batting lineup, got a wicket offering something. England have been persistent, consistent all day. Sets up the 4th day beautifully.
Well, the little push onto the offside gets Kane Williamson off the strike for now. Hands the baton to Henry Nicholls.
You're not that happy, are you, if you're Nicholls? You've been happy.
Oh, must I? He's played well. They both played well. And Nicholls has been very dogged, very disciplined. They both have strike rates way down by modern standards. 30 for Williamson, 27 for Nicholls. That doesn't matter.
He's been under pressure, Henry Nicholls. He played very well in the first innings. Some criticism for the shot. So you come out to bat in the second with knowing your position's under threat, knowing you need a performance. And he's fought very, very hard. This is an important partnership for New Zealand. Neil Wagner put his pads away for the night.
Yeah, I mean, look at my watch. We're done for the day for wicket falls. It's good bowling. You keep yourself in the game, straight and full. You're definitely in the game. It's down to whatever the batsman offers you at the other end. If you find a way past the bat, you've got a chance. If the bat is straight and solid, well, you've done your bit. You've both done your bit. Nervous fidgeting with the gloves. 2 balls left just to see the day through. Well, good line, good leave, good carry.
This is usually where you get the delay. You make the batsman wait. You saw that with Daryl Mitchell, the side screen delay, the England delay. Then we got a wicket. This is usually when that happens.
You can't blame England for it. They haven't got control of the side screens.
You often see it though, just making that batsman wait for that last ball.
Right, well, who's making who wait? Nicholls settles at the crease. Robinson starts his run up. Again, nice and straight, nice and full, but Nicholls has dropped a dead bat on it. And that marks the end of a combative day. It started with England in full command. Started with England optimistic they would make serious inroads into this match and serious inroads into New Zealand's batting. The follow-on enforced. But at the end of the day, New Zealand heads can be held high. They're still behind by 24, but 202 for 3 is rather a different scorecard to the ones we've seen earlier in this series. A lot of effort in the field from England, long day in the field. But that's what they are, dare I say it, paid to do. And both teams have played their part here today in providing a good contest, some entertainment as well. It's been really good to see the grit and determination from New Zealand's batsmen. Great opening partnership to get things rolling. And to be 3 down at the end of this third day, as Shane says, leaves various options still open in the game. So that's the scorecard, 202 for 3. 83 overs bowled in this second innings. Very fine opening partnership. Latham 83, Conway 61. Williamson stays there, 25 not out overnight. Young, the one to miss out, bowled by Leach, the one that did turn and bounce. Nicholls not out, 18 as well.
Yeah, I thought England were consistent all day, probing. There's probably nothing more they could have done. They went past the bat a lot. And in the end, it was a little half-an-hour period where both Leach and Root caused problems for New Zealand with a 3-wicket burst. But for long periods, they toiled England, but New Zealand were good enough to make them wait.
To the day in every sense here at the Basin Reserve. You can come back tomorrow, of course. You can stay with us tonight, as still to come there'll be some reflections on this third day's play here in Wellington.